Can we have our interpolation services?
SFUSD will provide closed captioning and American Sign Language ASL interpreter services throughout today's board meeting. Live transcription can be found here, https://www.streamtext.net/player?event=SFUSD-board. Attendees who wish to provide public comment to the board and would like an ASL interpreter can use the Q&A box in the Zoom app to type their name or handle and list the item or items on the agenda they would like to comment on. The attendee will need to have a functioning camera in order to communicate with the board, with the interpreter and the board. When it is the attendee's opportunity to provide public comment, the Zoom host will promote the attendee to panelist and enable the panelist video. Translation, go ahead, please. Translation, go ahead, please.
My apologies. SFUSD is offering interpretation services in Spanish and Cantonese. If you need interpretation, please dial the following phone number. After dialing, please introduce the PIN number. This message will be repeated in Spanish and Cantonese. Buenas tardes, el Distrito Escolar Unificado de San Francisco ofrece servicios de interpretación en el idioma español. Si necesita interpretación por medio de Google Meet, por favor marque el siguiente número telefónico seguido de la clave de acceso. 1-319-382-9676. Por favor introduzca la clave 665-996-976 seguido de la tecla numeral. Gracias. Cantonese interpreter, please. Thank you.
各位晚上好，三藩市聯合校區咧會係為今晚嘅教育委員會會議咧提供翻譯服務嘅。如果你有需要的話咧，可以打1-484-854-3328，然後輸入密碼721-609-895井字。唔該 ，Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our translation services.
And with that, we will reconvene to open session. The board does not have a readout as of yet, as we will return to closed session later this evening to finish the board's business and then return to open session with a readout of the board's actions and decisions during closed session. Okay, and with that, we will move to item D, which is D1, which is our land acknowledgement, which I will read now. And I will ask folks to be silent as I read, please. We, the San Francisco Board of Education, acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and the relatives of the Ramaytush community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First People. Now we will move to item D2, approval of board minutes for the special meeting of March 21st, 2023, and the regular meeting of April 11th, 2023, and the special meeting workshop of April 25th, 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Roll call vote? Oh, before that, are there any corrections or amendments or comments from commissioners in regards to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote?
Thank you, President Bogus. On the minutes, Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Student Delegate Hanson,
Yes.
Student Delegate Canosta.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander.
Still yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus,
Yes.
7 ayes.
Thank you. And with that, we will transition to item D5, which is the superintendent's report. And I will pass it to Superintendent Wayne at this time.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. Just want to highlight, we have a few celebrations as we come to the end of the school year. Of course, most importantly, coming up are our graduations. And so very excited for our graduating seniors. I had a chance to celebrate 6 seniors who we awarded a superintendent scholarship for through our Spark Foundation, who will be graduating and attending college this year. And so celebrated them last week. That was an exciting event. And then we have, oh, I didn't realize it was up there. Yeah, let me go back here. Okay. And then this is this month is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And we recognize this month to honor and uplift the many important contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders who are essential to San Francisco's history, present, and future. In SFUSD, we honor our AAPI communities every day. Many of our schools offer Asian language programs and clubs for AAPI communities. I got a chance to visit the Bessie Carmichael Wellesse program. I think they're in the house. Yeah. Yeah. And just notice one of these programs are what makes San Francisco unique and something we're incredibly proud of. And so this year's celebration theme for AAPI Heritage Month is strengthening the fabric of our community. And so we do have resources online at our, just check it out at our webpage on AAPI Heritage, the Heritage Month Resource Guide. It's also Jewish American Heritage Month, a time to commemorate the more than 350-year history of Jewish contributors to American society. So we want to also recognize their culture, traditions, and the contributions of Jewish Americans during the Jewish American Heritage Month in May and year-round. And then this week coming up is, this week that we're in is our Teacher Appreciation Week. We have teachers in the house. I think we have some here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Yeah. And they're sharing, we know there's many ways to demonstrate how we appreciate our teachers. And we want to be able to support all those ways. But having started as a teacher and knowing that, you know, this is why we're here, to educate our students. And it takes a village, but it's our teachers who do it in the classroom. And this is a time, you know, we have educators in many roles as well. And so I want to thank all of our educators. And I want to say we have some hashtags up. So we have this week on social media, hashtag thank a teacher and hashtag we are SFUSD. So share a story about why you're appreciative of our teachers and how they've impacted your life or your students' life. And let's celebrate them. And one last celebration. Where is it? There we go. Want to thank also, sorry, lost it here. And lastly, it's Happy School Lunch Hero Day. I want to thank our SFUSD dining staff and cafeteria monitors. The day was actually celebrated on Friday, May 5th. And just want to, take a moment to appreciate their contributions to our school community. Want to thank them to recognizing it takes a team to keep our students nourished at school and ready to learn. And so that's all of our dining staff and cafeteria monitors. And so just thank them for all of their support with our students. So, yeah. And then one last announcement, a lot of just fun activities at the end of the year. We celebrated, we have an opportunity to partner with the Transamerica, the new owners of the Transamerica building, the Chavot Group, and they're doing a year-long art contest where students get to visit the Transamerica building. They go on the 36th floor and have an amazing view of the city and then draw what inspires them. And then they'll select 50 pieces of art that will be displayed when the Transamerica building is being finished, renovated. And then most excitingly, they get to go up in the spire to the very top of the Transamerica building. So that would be pretty cool. Yeah, so a lot of exciting things going on. And again, looking forward to our seniors graduating. So thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. And now we will go to our student delegates for their report.
Thank you. We wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the recent mass shootings and other tragedies across the country and express our sympathy for those affected. It is deeply disturbing that people are not able to leave their houses without fearing for their lives, and increased anxiety around mass shootings weigh heavily on students. We want to reaffirm our commitment to ensuring student safety in SFUSD.
2 weeks ago, we had our first annual in-person youth summit since 2019, and we are excited to report that it went very well. Students enjoyed connecting with their peers through workshops about issues like climate change and mental health, as well as listening to our keynote speakers, Mayor Breed and Miley Din, senior class president from SOTA. Unfortunately, our SAC advisor, Mary Kate Ross, is not here tonight, but we want to give her an extra special thank you for her tireless work in making the Youth Summit a success. And lastly, Isabel and I would like to give the board members a little gift from the SAC.
Does he go to the school?
Gotta mention that. Nice.
Very nice.
And that concludes our report.
Thank you so much, student delegates, for the beautiful gifts and for all your hard work and dedication as student representatives, as students, as leaders in the community. Thank you so much. And with that, we will transition to item E. I'm gonna read out a statement in regards to public comment similar to what was said before. We are trying a new approach to public comment. We are trying to have the public be able to provide general public comment as well as comment on agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. This way, the public will not need to wait until the agenda item is discussed, which could be very late at night, to make a comment. This is our second attempt at this structure. Right now, we have about an hour and 15 minutes or so set for public comment. And so I think just to be transparent with folks, we've gotten about 72 plus cards so far for public comment, as well as the expected public comment online. And so we're going to do our best to split time equally. But it does seem unlikely that everyone who has submitted a public comment card will be able to provide public comment based on the current time allotment. So I think just want to kind of flag that for folks as we begin the process. Right now, we are about to begin. Oh, there's a rave award. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna. Okay, I think we're gonna need to postpone the rave award as we have made a commitment to do public comment at 7 o'clock. Hold on one moment. After conferring with my colleagues, what we are actually going to do is we are going to do our rave awards now and then enter into public comment a little bit later than expected and apologize to the public for that. But we do expect to be entering into public comment before 7:10. And so I will pass it to the superintendent.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for any confusion about that. So we do have a rave award, and we have our presenter, Alicia Blacknell, the principal of Everett Middle School. Yes, is she online?
Hello, good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, great. My name is Alicia Blacknell, principal at Everett Middle School, and I am here to present one of our amazing staff with the Rave Award. Mr. Cruz is student-centered, humanizing, anti-racist, team unifying, and community responsive and always learning. For over 21 years, Mr. Cruz has been a phenomenal educator within SFUSD's peer resources program, working alongside middle school and high school students to grow their critical lenses and expand their academic work and life skills as they move SFUSD toward ever greater equity. Mr. Cruz teaches from a place of deep love and urgency for the liberation of SFUSD's most underreached students, and he always works with each student with equity first. Whether he is speaking about or to our youth, he demonstrates a profound ability to truly see the whole student and teach each one. He recognizes the brilliance of every single student. Mr. Cruz is committed to naming and resisting anti-Blackness and to authentic inclusion and centering of Black students, English language learners, and students with IEPs. Mr. Cruz has also shown commitment to creating systems to support each student's academic work and social success. Mr. Cruz facilitates rigorous research projects to identify and take action within the school community, which have led them to create and facilitate workshops in Spanish to students and their families on the legal rights, lead community builders and proactive circles to decrease isolation and unnecessary conflict, and conduct formal student observations of teachers to determine and share culturally responsive teaching practices. This year, Mr. Cruz's peer resources class created, conducted, analyzed, and then presented the results of a student needs survey, which heavily impacted our school SIPSA for next school year, as well as the changes that are going to be implemented next year. Mr. Cruz waters the seeds to see SFUSD's vision of all SFUSD students graduating as independent thinkers with a sense of agency, who have attained academic and creative skills to lead productive lives and contribute to our community. It is with great honor that I present Mr. Gary Cruz as an SFUSD Rave Award recipient.
Thank you, Ms. Blacknell. And I also want to say thank you to Sarah Brandt, who is my coach from Peer Resources, who submitted the nomination. And I also want to thank my son, because my son Devon, he started middle school this year, and I believe that he's maybe a better teacher. We see middle school through his eyes and as his parents, and we expect a lot from his teachers. And whenever I reflect on his experience, I think to myself, what am I doing to meet the needs of my students, just as I expect his teachers to meet his needs? So thank you, Ms. Blacknell. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Devon.
Yeah, sorry, this would normally be when we would approach you and shake your hand and give you a certificate and take a picture, but since we're doing that remotely, we will get them to Everett and just I've had a chance to see peer resources in action and just really appreciate the idea that the support you provide students and the idea we're challenging students to be student leaders and work with each other. So thank you for your leadership and hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we will now go to public comment. I think to just be clear with the public about how public comment is ordered, we're gonna start off allowing students to provide public comment. And we have some time allotted for that. And so what we'll ask is for folks who are in person who submitted comment cards, if you are a student, this would actually be an opportunity for you to come up and provide public comment. And then I think we're also gonna ask our folks virtually if they are students and wanna provide public comment. We're actually gonna ask those folks to raise their hands now, and that way we're gonna be able to gauge how to split the time between our online group as well as our in-person group. Can we have that interpreted?
So we will hear from folks in person and virtually. So at this time for our virtual participants, if you're a student, please raise your hand. We will have time for folks who are not students to speak, but we're asking for students to raise their hand at this time. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese? And that's just to gauge how much time we'll have for virtual public comment.
Buenas tardes.
En este momento, si hay
students.
algún estudiante que quiera hacer algún comentario, por favor levante su mano para que puedan hacerlo. Gracias. Cantonese.
如果你係而家喺遙距會議喺 Zoom 上面嘅，咁你係學生啦，想發表呢個公眾發言的話咧，請你而家舉手。咁我哋想睇下咧，總共有幾多人，然之後要需要俾幾多時間咁多位學生嘅，唔該。
I'm seeing 2 hands raised.
Okay, so I think we'll start with our in-person student public comment. Judson.
Great, thank you. Yes, you can go ahead and step to the mic. Each student will have 1 minute to speak. So you just press the mic once and then it'll stay on for you. You can go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Maya Masaka, and I'm an 8th grader at Bessie Carmichael FEC. I attend the middle school campus on 4th and Harrison, and as the president of Associated Student Body, I'm speaking on behalf of all the students here at this campus. Earlier this year, members of ASB conducted a survey asking the students what could be improved upon in the school. A majority of the responses talked about how our bathrooms need major renovations. Some of the responses specifically talked about our only one functioning stall is not enough for 200 students. We have a total of 1 broken sink and 6 cracked windows, and 1 classroom with malfunctioning electricity at both elementary and middle school campuses. According to our office clerk, there are multiple work orders submitted for each of these facilities right away. The oldest work order, a cracked window, was submitted in December of 2021 and was only fixed just last week. The fact that most of these work orders were never updated really shows us how little you all care about us and our school. The lack of urgency to restore basic needs to our facilities is a blatant disrespect to our community. As a community, we are already underserved, underprivileged, and under-resourced. The lack of regard to meet our basic needs just reinforces our already crippled self-esteem. On top of not meeting our basic needs in a timely manner, you're also taking away a core part of Bessie, the WLS program. As students, we feel unsafe and ashamed of going to our own school, Bessie Carmichael FEC.
Gotcha.
A
Thank you
space that
very
is
much.
supposed to be safe.
Thank you. That's your time for today. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eliana Studley. I'm a 3rd grader at Grattan Elementary School, and I'm here on behalf of teachers and paraeducators. They're all super nice, and I think they should 100% get a raise.
Okay, you want to try? You want to try? We're gonna try. Hi. Okay. This is Adoni. He attends Groton Elementary. He's in the 4th grade. And he's in a special education classroom. It's my husband. You want to say our statement? He's nonverbal and he uses a device to talk. So we're gonna say a statement on his behalf.
Hi, my name's Chris and my child attends Groton Elementary. We care about our teachers and paraeducators and have seen them be completely depleted and burned out by lack of paraeducator staff and low wages. Enough is enough. I support UESFs. Proposal for par raises. Because I know that this will have a direct impact. On the district's ability to hire qualified staff. We need to have fully staffed schools now.
Thank you. You're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Kunan. I'm a 4th grader at Bessie Carmichael Elementary School. And please save the Filipino wells at SFUSD. Thank you. Hello, my name is Roxanne and I'm a 4th grade student in Bessie Carmichael. And please don't remove the last program. Hi, my name is Stella and I'm in 3rd grade. I'm Stella. It's okay. Please don't remove the last.
Hello, my name is JM Espedito, and please do not consolidate 4th and 5th grade classes at Bessie.
Thank you very much. Are there any other students in person here today who would like to speak? Okay, we can move on to.
If you are a student and you'd like to share your public comment, please raise your hand. Leon, apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly. Shulian. Dorothy. Shulian. We'll come back. Dorothy. Dorothy.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Are you? This is a time for students to speak.
Okay. Not for me then.
Okay. Thank you. Shulian?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you a student, Julian?
No,
Okay, this is a time for
I'm
students to
custodian.
speak. Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for our virtual participants.
Okay, thank you so much to all the students who provided public comment to get us started. With that, we will go to item E3, which is public comment on non-agenda items. So I believe we're gonna start our internal process of getting our queue ready. And I think we also want to put a call out for virtual participants to raise their hands and for us to say that in all of the appropriate languages for folks.
So can we, if you would, we will also take virtual public comment. Each participant will have 1 moment to speak. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas tardes. En ese momento vamos a tener a los participantes que están en línea para que puedan hacer su comentario público. Les recordamos que el comentario público es solamente de 1 minuto por persona. Gracias.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sunny. So we have Janae Cobbs, and she's waiting to become a panelist, I believe.
Who is it?
She's her hard of hearing.
Oh, Tanish.
Janae Cobbs. And I believe she's been waiting for a while.
JC.
I'm sorry, Cantonese interpreter. You may continue. Thank you.
接住嚟，我哋有一個嘅公開發言嘅時間啦，一陣間會有一個嘅現場啦，同埋有一個嘅視像發言嘅時間。咁如果大家需要發言嘅話，請一陣間喺網上裏面嚟舉手。咁你嘅時間有1分鐘，多謝大家。
Great, thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started with the in-person public comment. As President Bogus mentioned, we'll have a total of 15 minutes for in-person, and then we'll have a 15 minutes for the virtual speakers as well. So I'll be calling 5 speakers up at a time. So please walk to the podium in groups of 5, and in the order I call you, then you can go ahead and start speaking 1 minute each. Mackenzie Ayers.
Before you call the name shots, I think we wanted to also remind folks that this is for non-agenda items. And so folks who indicate on that cards will hear their names called in the order that we brought forth. If people are speaking in groups and there's a lot of you, we are encouraging folks, if they're willing, to kind of come together to the mic. And then that will allow us to create a little bit more space and time to have more voices potentially as well. But we don't want to take away individuals' rights to give comment as well. And so with that, I will pass it back to Mr. Steele. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bogus. Mackenzie Ayers. Asa Arshaman, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, from Groton. Rihanna Hernandez. Lauren Peters Leg. Lynn Stewart. And Megan Welch. And you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name's Mackenzie. I'm here as an SF resident and an employee of KIPP Public Schools, Northern California. We have 4 schools in the district and just wanted to thank you all for your service. I watch a lot of these board meetings online. I know how they're very long and all the work you're doing. So thank you so much for all you do. Also wanted to invite you to our 12th grade graduation ceremony. It's on June 8th, and I'll send you an email. Our 12th graders are graduating San Francisco College Preparatory, and we're really proud of them and would love for you to see it. So I'll follow up with an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
My name is Asa and I teach 35th grade autism focus at Grattan for students with extensive support needs. We have had 4 vacant para positions all year and student need is only increasing. One day recently, we had 6 paras out with no substitutes. In the morning, I was the only adult in the room with 8 students, all with extensive support needs, trying to teach a lesson. A child made himself throw up and I cleaned up his vomit while teaching. Later that morning, a student continually undressed himself during a block when I would have wanted to teach. There was no one else to support him. While I tried to have him put his clothes back on, he would pinch and scratch me in frustration. After that, while assisting a child, a para who had been hired just 2 weeks before slipped and injured herself so severely that she was driven to the hospital. She's not returned to work since. That day, I took a 13-minute lunch break. We are working in horrible conditions, and it's messed up that we feel guilt about suffering injury and illness on the job. We're in survival mode. Just because there is no one hired to do the work of paras does not mean that the work goes away. It falls on the rest of us, and we are all spread so thin that our school site is straining to make it to the end of the year. Para raises will help fill these roles and resolve so many issues for our school and many others. Start at $50 an hour, no less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brianna Hernandez, and I'm speaking on behalf of a mother whose child attends Grattan, where I work as a para. And excuse me if I get emotional. Quote, I come to you speaking as a single mother and employee of SFUSD. My son attended Teresa S. Mahler Early Education, where I, an SFUSD employee, handed back 1/4 of my paycheck to SFUSD just to pay for childcare so I can work. I've moved 5 times in the last 6 years working with SFUSD to afford rent. I've gotten a parking ticket in my own employer's parking lot while at work. And now my 7-year-old autistic son has been denied, not waitlisted, denied the opportunity of after-school enrichment because there is no para willing to stay after school with him. You're asking why a para educator raise is important? I'll tell you, it's so I can live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, please by raise of hand, who's heard the rumor that we're in a doom spiral? Who thinks that healthy schools help breed healthy communities, which will help us be not, this rumor will be put to bed? I want that. And we're here, all the people in this room have the ability to overcome that. I'm also a parent at Grattan. I have a kindergartner and a 3-year-old. So this will be my first of 16 years with you all. And I'm really, I didn't know what a para was 2 months ago because my students are brand new. And when I understood and I heard the stories, which you all will hear firsthand, of how hard these teachers and staff are working and how difficult this job is, I took it upon myself to educate myself because that's what we should do. So I looked online and I found out that a front desk at the Agent Hotel in San Francisco makes more, a gardener,
Thank you. That's the time.
housekeeping aide. We need to support
you.
paras and give them a raise.
Hello, my name is Megan.
Hello, my name is Megan and I work as a paraeducator at Grattan in an autism-focused classroom with students with extensive needs. I love my job and the work I do, and it fills me with a profound sadness that my job is so undervalued and so underpaid. I can't make a living wage to support myself, and I have to work second jobs to survive. I will never forget the day at work where I had to help a student de-escalate. He was violently hitting himself, banging his head on the floor, and he barely missed jamming his skull into a metal awning on the wall. It took 3 grown adults to control this student and keep him safe. When I was finally able to excuse myself, I was left on the sidewalk outside of my school, sobbing uncontrollably as the stress and adrenaline rushed out of my body. I received 0 support from this school district. Imagine a job in any other field that requires you to endure physical violence, where you come to work sick because you are literally scared of what will happen
Thank you.
If you don't show up, please support the para wages.
Hello, my name is Lynn. I am a teacher for SFUSD. I'm also an SFUSD parent of two children, Grattan Elementary, AP Giannini, and Lincoln High School. Recently, my older son was taking a break from college and did some volunteer work in our special ed class and really enjoyed it. Got to go on a field trip, really loved the coworkers and the kids. And we talked about the fact that there's so many openings, and would this be something that he could see himself doing, a career path that he maybe wanted to try out while he was on this break? And he said, no way, my younger brother makes more money at the corner grocery store right now. I'm not going to do this, Mom, as much as he would have enjoyed that. The work that paras do is, it requires physical stamina. It requires content knowledge. It requires humanity. It requires so many skills, and we need to pay them. We need to pay them so much more. I support the proposal for $30 an hour minimum for
Thank you.
paras.
Okay, I'm calling the next group up. Christy Adams, the Ruiz family, Diana Valdivia, Amy Clark, and Nicole Patterson. Please come to the dais.
Hi, my name is Diana Valdivia. I have two students with autism at Grattan Elementary School, and on my third at AP Giannini. My students have not gotten the services that they legally are due. This is my third time that I've come to the board meetings asking for help to get more paras in the classrooms. I feel like the board has not done anything to help out my children or our children. What can you do? You could do is use your voice and influence to promote a $30 raise for our paras that the teachers union has asked for in their proposal. This wage increase will fill empty roles, and our kids will be able to provide, and our kids will be able to have provided those crucial services that our kids desperately need. Do your part for our students.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Adams, and I have two high school students at John O'Connell, a fifth grader at Muir Loma and a 5-year-old in a special day class at Grattan Elementary School. 3 of my 4 children have IEPs. I'm here in support of raises for paraeducators. I hear many of you on the board, including you, Dr. Wayne, speak about equity for all students in our district. I would like to remind you that for SPED students, equity first starts in being able to actually access their classroom and their learning environment. There have been far too many days when my son has had his education withheld from him due to lack of para support. Too many days that I and many of these SFUSD SPED parents have had to keep our children home because there'd be no adequate support for them at school. This is not only a safety issue, but also an equity issue. Addressing our district's para shortage crisis must be made a priority, starting with offering them a fair rate wage. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Patterson Hayes. I have a 10-year-old 4th grader at Groton Elementary in a SPED class. And he, through his IEP, is supposed to have a one-on-one full-time. That is rarely happening. He actually does have support, but it's always somebody different. It's not consistent. And that is really problematic for him. Additionally, the children have been asked to stay home a number of days because there's not enough support for the kids to be safe at school. Additionally, the paras are instrumental. They do amazing work. No one can even believe the things that they deal with and go through and how they support the kids. So I support UESF's economic proposal for para raises to $30 an hour starting salary and no less.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amy Clark, and this is my amazing student, Celia, and her family behind me. She's supposed to have a para full-time, and she qualified in the fall. Up until literally today, she had 0 para hours. And today she finally got a para for the first time, not her complete amount, but 2.5 hours of a para. And you should have seen it. It was amazing. This little girl was sorting polygons into quadrilaterals, examples and non-examples. And she even came up to the board to share her example. Imagine what could have happened if she had what she is legally entitled to from the fall. I'm beyond furious about this. This should be an emergency for you guys. And I know you all are hardworking, but please treat this as an emergency. I have another amazing student, William, who comes into my class on a daily basis for mainstreaming, and he rarely has the para support that he needs. So I have to assign my students to help him in my class, and they love it and he loves it, but he is not getting his IEP met. $30 and no less.
Thank you.
Hello to all. My name is Alfredo, and I'm a parent of Grattan Elementary School. I have a 9-year-old daughter in 4th grade who has an IEP. We love our school community and teachers, and I know they do their best to meet my daughter's needs. However, one of my daughter's service is not being met. She haven't received any of her para-doctor minutes because of lack of para-doctor staff. Every week, she missed 1,295 minutes of para-doctor support. This is a SFUSD lack of commitment to our special educators student. I am asking and begging to the SFUSD prioritize all our students' needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna call the next group. Diana Pardini, Sarah Grossman Swenson, Eliana Swenson. Oh, you already spoke. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Mackenzie Correo. Mastro Kariakis family. I'm so sorry for mispronouncing. They already spoke. Okay, great. Apologies. You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is, am I ready?
Yes. go
Okay,
Diana.
awesome. Woo. My name is Diana Pardini. I am both a special education paraeducator and a parent at Grattan Elementary School. My child receives special education services per their IEP, and my comments are informed by my experiences in both roles. Paraeducators we are so understaffed, as you have heard. There are no substitutes to call in case of illness or emergency. There is not enough permanent staff on site for adequate daily coverage. We are overworked. We come in sick. We are pushing ourselves beyond our limits when our job is already physically and mentally taxing. We often work with more children per ratio than we are supposed to. As a result of this astounding staffing shortage, the children are underserved. It is difficult to ensure that each child is receiving their legally entitled to IEP services. We need to attract and hire more paraeducators. A great way to do this is by giving us a raise. Giving paras a raise not only incentivizes new hires, it shows those of us who are already on the job that we are seen and that we are appreciated. We ask you to stand with us in support of paraeducator raises. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Carollo, and my son, Cooper Carollo, is in the special day class at Groton Elementary School, and I am here to support our paras. I have the opportunity to be able to drop off and pick up Cooper from school during the week, so I am on campus frequently. I have seen the remarkable work our paras do on a daily basis and how much our children's success depends on their guidance and, of course, presence. Our classroom paras were some of the first people outside of our home that Cooper felt safe with, and his face still lights up to this day every morning when I drop him off and he is greeted by his parents. I quickly learned how vital they were as a part of this journey and how important they are within our community and to our community. We have also been affected by the para shortage. There have been several occasions where I've kept Cooper home due to the safety concerns because of the para shortage. We need to make this a desirable position and an attainable one with a livable wage. I support the union's proposal for para raises and urge the Board of Education
Thank
and
you.
superintendents to support this as well. Go paras.
Hi, my name is Sarah and I'm also a parent at Grattan. I'm sharing this perspective on behalf of another parent of a special day class child who cannot be here tonight. This parent says, I've been a parent at Grattan for 5 years, and since my son began in the autism focused program, it has been understaffed. When I've asked if a home ABA provider could come to help, the district would not allow it. For many years, there's been no action taken on the issue of filling para vacancies, and we're now at a crisis point. She goes on to describe how her child had a fall at school, a serious injury, and notes that there are serious safety concerns in our population of students. When we understaff programs, they're at higher and higher risk because there are not enough adult support folks to keep them safe. Do we want to wait until a fatal accident happens before taking action?
That's right.
Para raises will help keep our schools fully staffed. Families and teachers of Grattan support UESF's proposal for para raises. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm calling the next group, final group for this section. Kate. Thank you. Ruby Durabla, Eva Naredo, Maya, Jay Espedito. And again, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kate. I'm a school social worker at Little Bessie. As we emerge from the pandemic, we all know that student mental health has taken a dive and we need more supports, not less. School social workers are clinicians who specialize in social emotional learning and mental health. Let us do our job by supporting the UESF proposal to safeguard school social work and school nurse positions. Additionally, ethnic studies saves lives. I've seen firsthand the impact our WILES program has at Little Bessie. Please save our WILES program and support our students. Thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jay Espedito. I'm a parent at Bessie Carmichael. And last February, there was council meeting shared with the capacity team made the decision to consolidate the 4th and 5th classes program at our school next academic year. This decision was made without meaningfully consulting the people who would be most impacted, the student, the teacher, and the families. It was a decision about us, made without us. In response, parents and families wrote letters to the superintendent and the board, and petition was presented last April 11 during the board meeting. And here we are again, raising the concern for that. And we just don't want the 4th and 5th WILES to be consolidated next year, and we want to confirm answer before the coming year. And so please, no decisions without us, and have a good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Commissioners, Superintendent Waney, and student delegates. My name is April, and I have been a Bessie Carmichael parent for 4 years. I'm here to tell the district and the board that the Filipino WILES families want active commitment and community partnership with the Enrollment Placement Center and multilingual pathways to support the outreach, application, and enrollment process of the Filipino WILES programs at Bessie Carmichael, and Longfellow Elementary School. We want an active partnership that ensures the real solutions to work to address enrollment for both Filipino wellness programs and SFUSD. We are here today to tell the school district that we want to actively partner with EPC and MPD. We want designated EPC and MPD staff who will meet us to discuss every school year. Please save the Filipino language pathways at SFUSD. No decisions about us without us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruby Tralba, and I'm also a Bessie Carmichael parent. My student was part of the Filipino language program. I am here today to ask the district and board to please keep its commitment to the Filipino WLS programs at Bessie Carmichael and at Longfellow Elementary School. Consolidating the 4th and 5th grade Filipino language classes backs down from the district's commitment to strengthen the Filipino language program and language access. Filipinos make up 1/3 of the school's student population. We are the 3rd largest ethnic group in San Francisco and has been identified as the 3rd largest group with limited English proficiency. San Francisco also certified Tagalog as the 3rd official language to communicate essential city services. And last September, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution prioritizing Filipino arts education and programs about Filipino language, history, and culture. The Filipino language program helps many Filipino newcomers adjust to life in a new country and gain extra support as they develop English proficiency. We are here today.
you.
Where are y'all?
Thank you.
Please keep your commitment to our program. Thank you.
So we've actually reached time for in-person public comment on non-agenda items. So what we're gonna do right now, we have a large number of cards still remaining for non-agenda items, as well as a smaller number of cards for agenda items. So we're still up here, I think, figuring out our best step of action to find a balance between our virtual online participants and our folks who are in person. So what I'm gonna do right now is we're gonna go to our virtual participants, and we are gonna give the 10 of them there who have their hands currently raised from the time we started the time, and then I think we're.
Can I respectfully request that we expand the time to fit all the comment cards?
Yes. I definitely think we can entertain that motion to extend time. I still would want to take time. I would still want to take public comment from our virtual participants before we have any more time from our in-person participants, so we can have as much equal time as possible for folks. So I think if we can maybe prioritize the virtual folks, and then we can have that motion come forward, if that's okay.
As a reminder, this is time for non-agenda items. Each speaker will have 1 minute. I'm going to call Dorothy, Kim, and Vivette. Dorothy, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Dorothy, and I'm the Community Development Equity Officer for Parents for Public Schools of San Francisco.
I'm sorry, Dorothy, we can't hear you. 1 second. Go ahead, please.
I'm the Community Development Equity Officer for Parents for Public Schools, and I would like to read a statement from a coworker who is unable to read it. She says, "I am blind with multiple disabilities. Throughout this entire academic year, I have struggled to attend and participate in these board meetings. There are countless barriers to fully participating for anyone with a disability. I am educated in the disability rights movement and have extensive personal experience advocating for accessibility, including direct relations with the Office of Mayor London Breed. I was going to be there in person tonight, but I realized that I would not be able to follow the public comment guidelines by filling out a comment card, making my way to the microphone, and presenting my comment within the allotted time frame. Thank you very much."
Thank you, Dorothy.
Before we move forward, is there any way to increase the audio in the boardroom just so we can hear it clear? I know I couldn't hear it. I'm not sure if other folks could hear that clearly. Okay, so we're gonna just pause for a second to adjust that, and then as soon as we make that fix, we'll restart everything and kind of keep it going. And just a reminder that we are now talking about non-agenda items. So nothing such as the facilities master plan or nominations from advisory committees, yet all that is actually still to come. This is only on things that aren't highlighted or listed in our agenda and are outside of the purview of the board's discussion and actions today.
Kim, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Where's that?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kim Ellis, and I'm a Spanish teacher and induction coach for new teachers at George Washington High School. I encourage you to provide your educators with a fair and competitive contract. Over the last 10 years, I've mentored 5 teachers, and 3 of them have left.
I'm sorry to Kim. It's a little muffled. It's on our end, so I'm gonna see what I can do.
Okay.
Before you go, I think what we're gonna ask of people in the audience and commissioners is if we can be extra quiet so that we can hear while we're still trying to adjust. We don't have to delay the meeting. So I think we'll ask if folks can be their library quietest as we try to hear from our virtual participants. And we'll encourage our virtual participant to please start your comment.
Can I start again?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Kim Ellis. I'm a Spanish teacher and induction coach for new teachers at George Washington High School. I encourage you to provide your educators with a fair and competitive contract. Over the last 10 years, I've mentored 5 teachers. 3 of them have left within 4 years of starting at SFUSD to go to neighboring districts and schools that pay a higher salary. If we don't invest in our teachers, we will continue to be the place that trains them and then watches them take their training and expertise elsewhere. Please invest in all of your educators and the students who depend on them. Thank you.
Feedback is. No. Vivette? Wonder if someone.
Hello. Are you guys able to hear me?
Is someone's volume on their computer?
Are you guys able to hear?
Yeah, it's all muted.
Well, I'll just talk because I can't tell if anyone can hear me or not. But I just like to say that at the beginning of this year, this board went through an iterative process of supposedly redetermining the way that our district would operate and would prioritize equity.
Vivette, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're having trouble hearing you, so can you give us 1 second? We want to make sure that we are able to hear your comment.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to the room and try to troubleshoot. Vivette?
Yes.
Right, go ahead, please.
Okay, do I get my whole time over? Or
Yes,
do I
you're
just-
getting your full minute.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just make this as quick as possible. At the beginning of the school year, this board promised to prioritize student outcomes, specifically making sure that this district would lead in a way that was equity focused and as well as student centered. And it just breaks my heart today to hear that we are still not paying teachers on time, that we are still not have a program yet or have not putting in proper investments into ensuring that we have enough staff in the classrooms to support our students, to make sure that they are able to learn, to make sure that they feel safe. We've seen this body continually approve contracts for subcontractors as well as other contracts giving up to almost $20 million to basically paper pushers. And we're lacking the motivation to really invest in our students. And this is going to have long-lasting impacts on not only just the students, but our families. And as you can hear, they're having long-lasting impacts on those people who are caring for our children every day. So I would really hope that this board really thinks and
Thank you,
clearly
Vivette.
about what is the step forward to fixing some of these issues, because they're not going away and it's only seeming to get worse.
Thank you. Mo Menley?
Hi, yes, my last name is Momini. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I was just hoping that the district and the superintendent can maybe have a little bit more urgency as it comes to contract negotiations. I feel like a lot of us as educators, whether we're administrators, teachers, or paras, we are about to jump ship and we're, interviewing other places. And I mean, if you can teach in San Francisco and you have good evaluations, you can probably teach most anywhere. And so you're probably going to be losing even more talent. And I think this sort of slow and turtle pace of things is not really increasing anybody's faith in the prospects of existing in this district for years to come. You see the urgency in those parents at Grattan who are there. You see the urgency in your vacancy numbers with administrators, teachers, and paras. I think, and the traumatic Empower experiences we endured, I think it's time for us to see the urgency from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin?
Hello，大家好。Can I speak Chinese？
你可以，我會幫你翻譯嘅。
哦，好。係大家好，我係要包司徒。咁 Kalen 係我個女喺下個學期咧就去 TK。咁我有個大女咧，佢喺 Francisco Middle School。咁我好希望校區一定要希望我建議同埋要求學校會進行安全檢查。學校而家好唔安全，同埋學生同埋老師都要需要支持。多謝。
Hi, my name.
Thank you. Translation?
Hi, my name is Yubao Situ. My Caitlin Situ is my daughter. She'll be going to TK soon, and I have a bigger daughter. She's going to Francisco Middle School, and I would like to request for a safety check for the district to perform a safety test at school, and there will be to protect our students and our teachers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie? Natalie? Vanessa?
Hi, good evening. It's Vanessa from Parents of Public Schools of San Francisco.
I just want to thank all of the educators who came out tonight. It's Public Servant Week. So we're honoring teachers and all those who are serving. So thank you for what you're doing. I am really concerned about accessibility. I actually hired an accessibility specialist to look at the SFUSD website, and we found that it is not accessible. So I would like to work with somebody at SFUSD to ensure that we have accessibility for all of our community members who have a disability so that they can engage in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Venus?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Venus and my child attends Grattan Elementary School. Autistic kids have a weaker sense of danger. They often require high support needs. Due to short staff, our kids' safety at school is a big concern. Therefore, I support UESF economic proposal for para raises. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, good evening. I'm Michelle. I'm a custodian and I'm working like so much overtime because there's a shortage of custodians. And, the reason, I guess, we have a low rate of pay. And plus I had to take a second job on the weekend. I have a dear friend that's a social worker, and she told me she's from the Department of Social Services, city and county. They're gonna get paid 23% raise by next year. All we doing is asking is for 16% as custodians. 23% would be great, but I know we're not gonna be getting 23%, but 16%, we're praying that you guys give it to us. We're overworked and underpaid. So thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Angela?
Yes，大家好，我叫 Angela，我兒子喺校區就讀高中，咁我以前係校區嘅 CPAC 成員，咁而家咧我又係CPAC 嘅成員，以前係 PAC 嘅成員，咁我從 PAC 嘅網站裏邊睇到咧，有關於申請不正確嘅信息，而該信息咧係會阻止家長去申請嘅，然後當 PAC 挑選候選人嘅時候咧。PAC 喺網站係有個大嘅標題，寫明申請流程咧結束同埋不接受報名。只有認識 PAC 內部嘅人才知道 PAC 唔能夠繼續接受申請，不認識 PAC 嘅內部的父母根本就無法知道。我認為如果網站申請狀態為關閉嘅咧 ，PAC 應該關閉申請流程，然後咧然而事實並非如此。該虛假申請過程咧和虛假信息咧阻止好多人申請，好多家長申請 PAC， 因為佢哋認為申請已經結束，希望校區咧能夠改正。多謝。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela. I have a son that's currently attending high school. I was a member of PAC before, and now I'm a CPAP member. And I'm here to speak about the false information about PAC. It's extremely, unable, like people are unable to apply. On the website, it indicated the application process has ended and it's not accepting any more application, which is not true. If only the insider know that the application process is still working. So if you indicate as such on your website, you should stop your application process as well. This information is not true and not real. So please pay attention to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Janae?
Hi there, my name is Janae Cobbs. I am a teacher of the deaf at Cesar Chavez Elementary School. I actually was just giving a presentation with the AFT, American Federation of Teachers. And we've been discussing teacher retention in deaf education within SFUSD. I don't know whether you all are familiar with the problem, but the teacher shortage, the service provider shortage, the para shortage has been endemic in our region. And just trying to get our resources together, trying to work on curriculum, trying to recruit educators. We have no partner programs to work with SFUSD to recruit educators of the deaf. We're looking at this point to try to find retirees to cover our gaps. We just don't want to close our program. In terms of curriculum development, in terms of training for our teachers of the deaf, our staff, our providers overall, we need an investment reserved for deaf education in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for our virtual participants.
Okay, and so what I would like to do right now is I believe we have some additional public comment cards from some of our union representatives that I think we want to call on now. And that will be our next action, and then we'll have a formal process if we want to do something more.
Yes, I'll go ahead and call the names. Yahaira Caupio, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing, Diana Mueller, Anna Maria Delgado Lopez, Chris Klaus, Linda Boyer Chu, Michelle Shudell, and then Cassandra Curiel. Press button. There you go.
All right. Hold on 1 second. All right, first I'm gonna read a letter, okay? Dear Miss Yahaira, I wanted to give you this letter as an appreciation letter. You helped me learn that I shouldn't be scared to say my feelings. And yesterday I learned that I should be myself and I'll let anybody decide who I truly am. So I came out to my mom thanks to you. I wouldn't have done this without you by my side. Love, and a student's name. I'm Yahaira Caupio. I'm a proud school social worker of SFUSD. I'm a proud UESF member. I'm a bargaining team member, and I'm also, on the executive board.
Yes.
I'm reading this letter to you because Article 40 is trying to safeguard the roles, the critical roles of social workers and nurses at our school sites, because we are there to provide our students with the safe space that they need to be able to process who they are, to be able to explore their feelings, their true selves. And not just that, we're also addressing the critical, crises that come up at schools and everything. Last night, we received the second rejection for this proposal. So we're asking the Board of Ed to keep the district management team accountable and show up to the table with dignity and respect.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Mueller. I am on the UESF bargaining team and also a special education para. I've been with the district for 13 years. I bring home $28,000 per year. I do not get paid breaks during winter or spring breaks. I do not get paid during summer vacation. I tell you this because our union has submitted an economic package that would begin to address these inequities for our classified and our certificated staff. One job should be enough.
Yes.
Each and every one of our proposals have been created with our students, our unions members, and our community in mind. The ask is that you direct management team to fully support and agree to the economic package our union proposal. It is fair and equitable. Thank you.
Yes.
It's been a while.
So in case you've forgotten, I'm Chris Klaus, a SPED teacher at Washington High School, and I'm a proud member of the UESF bargaining team. I'm extremely worried about our contract negotiations. Our team has spent much of our unpaid personal time preparing for these negotiations, and we've been here for hours every week since mid-March, often seeing our proposals wait weeks for responses. While SFUSD's team has been focused on issues like taking away prep time from AP teachers, our educators have been focused on solving real problems within SFUSD. It is my firm hope that during the closed session earlier, SFUSD finally presented you with respectful responses to our reasonable proposals around wages and class sizes, among our other outstanding proposals. Unfortunately, we will have to wait until the 15th, yet another week of delay, despite our many requests to meet more frequently. We on UESF's team are working to get a deal before June. I ask you to encourage SFUSD's team to come to the table ready to bargain and get this job done.
Hello, my name is Ana Maria Lopez and I'm a member of the bargaining team and I'm a preschool teacher right now. So the reason that I come here is because as every educator know, we have to take classes to help children to meet the need that they actually need. But so far, I have 169 units of early childhood education. And all those classes have shown me that I have to meet the necessity of the children. So far, the necessity of the teachers are not being met at the school district. So we are bargaining right now, and our bargaining is since that is not important for the people who are in charge. Every night that we come here and ask for the bargaining, it look like that all the proposals are not being fair for no one. So it just nobody's paying attention. So I hope you guys can pay attention to us this night and consider our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Shadell. I am also a para-educator here in San Francisco at San Francisco International High School. And you've heard a lot of stories today, many stories from para-educators, from families, community members. And what they really told you is that education is a holistic thing in San Francisco and in reality. It takes our teachers, it takes our para-educators, it takes our social workers and our nurses. And right now, as you've already heard, we are losing people. We have a shortage. We have come into this process at the bargaining table with the district management to demand an agreement by the end of the school year so that next year we can keep, retain, and attract more people in a holistic way. Every single child wants to learn, has the capacity to learn, but we can't help them achieve those goals if we don't have a full staffed schools that are paid living wages. I am just one of many para-educators that do have to work 2 jobs. Do you want to be on the side of history or against it? You need to agree to our economic package. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Boyer Chu. This is my 33rd and final year in the school district, and I'm also the most senior nurse. I've worked in all levels K through 12 and for the past 16 years at Washington. But more importantly, I'm speaking to you as a mother of 2 children who graduated from our schools. The last few years, as you all know, challenged our district in unimaginable ways, but the nurses stepped up. They provided vaccinations, laptop deliveries, counseling, and home visits. They continue to address equity by supporting 504 special ed students, emergencies, and access to primary care. But how are they being treated? Are you all aware that many nurses in the district have 30+ years, 30+ credits beyond their bachelor's? Did you know that many of us have a national credential? But while teachers receive, and fairly so, uplifts for these achievements, nurses do not, and that is not fair. And that's no way to recruit or retain. Commissioners, you advocate for social justice. To make that happen, our students need experts who remove health disparities. Do you know what I'm saying? I urge you, please speak through your actions. Let nurses know they matter. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Cassandra Curiel, President of UESF. Behind me are rest of the members of our bargaining team, a small fraction who weren't able to speak tonight, so they're represented here. And what you heard earlier have been a great and wonderful breadth of examples of what we're dealing with when we're trying to bring to the table solutions. Every time that we've come to the bargaining table, every proposal that's been read and also eligible, right? You can all click on it and see everything, everyone can. We've come with solutions, right? We're not interested in idolizing a problem. We're not interested in making things harder. And we were being very, very ambitious and still remain hopeful that that same urgency and ambition is present with SFUSD as well in getting a deal before the end of this school year. We know how hard it is right now at school sites, the way that they are. We know that we can help fill the gap on a lot of those instabilities that are both vacancies and folks' working conditions that drive them out of the profession. Our job is already really hard, no matter what position we're in. Working with youth, working in the public school system, working on government, right, is a lot harder than it seems. And all we're asking for is a willing partner across the table to come and address those solutions. We are no longer in the condition where we can continue having full out rejections to the solutions we propose. That means that management's team does not see the solution that we've put across the table as in any way engaging in trying to solve the problems that what are our working conditions, our student learning conditions, our students' access to mental health, our students' access to special education, service minutes, educators, nurses, etc. We do critical work in this district. We want to stay and remain doing so. And your job coming to the table in the next following weeks to try and hammer out a deal, which we are committed to do, would go a long way to making sure we can start next school year off for all of our students, families, communities, and workers in a stabilized way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be calling the next group. Michael Tall, 1021, Beatrice Hernandez, Chi Ho Leung, Lynette Warfield, and then Rafael Picasso. Please come to the dais.
Okay. My name is Suzanne Taviansky and I'm a health worker. I'm also on the bargaining board for SEIU 1021. I think it's about time that you stop saying we put our students first, because you don't. If you were to really be committed to putting your students first, custodians, clerks, who am I missing out? I'm sorry, I'm a little, these are the people that hold the school district together. Without them, there'd be no district. I almost think like working for the district now is like working for Amazon. If every single worker in those Amazon warehouses were to say no more, nobody's getting their packages. Nobody's getting their packages. I feel like the same thing is happening with the district. The people that keep the district going are forced to work 2 to 3 jobs. It's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. We don't want your words of support. You need to show us that you care by giving us a livable wage.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Hernandez. I'm an 1823 Senior Administrative Analyst at the Budget Office. I'm here to support our union in our ask for a strong contract. We need a strong contract because employees are losing faith in the district. Employees are leaving to city jobs where they know they won't have problems with their pay or benefits, where they will be valued and respected, where they will receive the pay they deserve. The Budget Office alone has lost 2 employees in less than 7 months. Can the district afford to lose more employees when they are having problems hiring? We have not received a pay raise since our last contract. Our contract expired 3 years ago. We are asking for a 16% increase to fill the gap between the city and district pay. If the district can afford to throw millions at systems like Empower SF that don't work, they can afford to invest in their employees that do work.
Okay, hi, my name is Lynette Warfield. I work for the San Francisco Unified School District and the Bond Program Department. And I'm here to support the union contract and the equity pay for all to be increased to 16% for the San Francisco Unified to match the city pay equity. I'm here to support the cost of living, gas, and going up, food and living expenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my name is Chiho. I'm just a custodian in the school district. I'm working hard for the school district for everyone, and vacation is my family time. I need to make a reservation for that. I already request my vacation in February for June. It's in May now, but however, it's still pending. The district should respond for everyone vacation request or any request as soon as possible. I'm so frustrated because I cannot plan for my vacation now. My wife keeps asking me about her plan and her schedule. I should tell her my request is still pending and I might have to sacrifice my family time for the job. The district should give a guideline and deadline or back-out day for the employee who need to apply for the vacation. And we used to have like a lot of custodians waiting for the public comment, but I don't see why they are all gone right now, because for what? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dr. Wayne, I'm Rafael Picasso, SCIU Local 1021 Chapter President. And same old, enough's enough. Pay our members. They need to be paid fairly, equitable with their counterparts on the city side. Their rent is extreme. Inflation is at 9.5%. The last time they received a raise was in 2020. Nothing since. It's not like we're asking for an arm and a leg, which we should and they well deserve. Our custodians are being sacrificed and working through the bone because they're so short-staffed. Student nutrition. Our workers there are getting letters saying that their hours are being cut with no explanation and their workload doesn't change. How does that happen? Under your watch. These are your administrators making big decisions that are affecting my members. And it hurts them hard. We just heard the young man speak about vacation time. Our custodians, they work hard. Each and every one of our members work hard each and every year. They earn time to be with their families. Let's give them that time so they can spend with their families. Let's give student nutrition workers the hours they need so they can earn benefits and a retirement. I had a 40-year employee retire from student nutrition, went to the retirement board, and they told her she can't get anything from them because she worked 3.5 hours for 40 years. No benefits. Enough's enough. Let's pay our people so we have a good running district. Like the lady said earlier, you say that we're doing this for the kids. Everything's for our students. And I agree. I come to work to make sure every day our schools are safe for our kids. Our teachers come to school every day to make sure our students are getting educated. Our paraeducators are coming to our schools to make sure our special ed students are being taken care of properly. Even though they struggle and make no money, let's pay them a fair wage. Enough's enough. Do your job. Pay us. Thank you.
That concludes the in-person non-agenda items.
Yeah, and so I think with that, we have about 7 cards left for non-agenda item public comment, and we're gonna make a transition to agendized public comment next. But I do believe that a commissioner was going to make a motion in regard before we moved on. And I want to give you the space to do that.
I move that we extend public comment from everyone who's here.
Yeah.
Is there a second? It is my prerogative and I ultimately get to decide. And I guess what I'm asking to do is to see if the board wants to second the motion that was put forward by the commissioner, understanding that it is up to my decision what to do or not, to see if there is support to do that extension, which I know I don't have to do.
I'd like to hear from people that are here. I think I'm willing to stay for especially people that are in person who've taken the time to come and submit cards. But I don't know how this should.
So just to realize, we did commit about an hour and a half to public comment. So we are running short on our total time for public comment by extending this. Hearing a desire for commissioners to allow the additional 7 cards we have here as board chair, I will make a decision to do that. But I will inform folks that we are going to plan to keep to our set time for total public comment. And so we'll need to make those adjustments as we move. So I'm going to ask if our staff Judson would read our last set of names and then we'll move forward.
Okay. Suzanne, sorry, I can't read Tanoski. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Jacqueline Rosas, Cecilia Rivera, John Jerson, I believe, Supriya Ray, Eduardo Abada, and Laura Escobar. Please step to the dais. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm a parent of 4 children that went to SFUSD, one currently at Francisco Middle School, which I'm really concerned about. I want to keep raising awareness with safety in the schools. It is urgent that something be done. Yes, focusing on education is important, such as the LCAP, but children cannot learn if they are living in fear. Schools need more staff, so children, because children are lacking connection and their education. And when I say hiring more staff, I'm not referring to therapists. Children are needing therapists because the lack of staff members and education that they're having. More staff is needed, like paras for special education and regular education, and they are in need of training. Also need more staff of color. As my journey fighting for my child or children, I see that I'm not the only one with these concerns, which shows something needs to be done. This is an urgent matter. More money for paras, more money for teachers so that they care, more money for all underpaid staff. I support the school board union for fighting for more money and staff. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Jerson. I'm a parent and a product of 17 years of public education. I want to acknowledge the huge importance of the payroll issues and the pay issues that are on the table in front of you. I also want to bring up one that's free. Algebra in middle school. My experience was I didn't have to wait to take algebra until 9th grade or 8th grade. My public school supported me and several students taking algebra in 7th grade. And I know that if we had to be held back years to take the advanced classes that we were able to take, it would have only diminished our education and opportunities. There are students being hurt that way by policy today. Regardless of the noble intention of the issue, withholding education from children is not a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Supriya Ray speaking. I just wanted to thank, first of all, the board and President Bogus for bringing public comment early in the night. This has been a huge thing for participation by parents. I also do want to note, however, that it can still be difficult for some parents. There were some folks who left when we went to virtual. So two of the folks, Eduardo Abarca and Laura Escobar, were here and they were going to speak, but they had to leave. So the earlier we can do this, the better. And the second thing I wanted to say was to thank the administration for canceling the MVT. Please save us as much money as possible from losing in lawsuits. And I would second what the prior gentleman said about algebra. The more opportunities we give all of our students, the better. Let's not hold people back. Let's give everyone the opportunities that they would like to seize. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes that section. Should we move to agenda items?
Yes, and if we could ask for our virtual participants to raise their hands now, and then we can count that as our cue as well.
So for our virtual participants, please raise your hand if you care to share your public comment. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. Right now, we're trying to gauge about how many folks will need to call on. Currently seeing 4 hands raised, President Bogus. 4.
Okay, so then those will be the hands that we will take when we come back to public comment, are the hands that are currently raised. And so I think with that, I will pass it to Mr. Steele to start with our in-person public commenters.
Thank you, President Bogus. So I'm gonna call the first group. Susan Stoddard. Keith Carreras. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing, I can't read. Sandra Halliday. Alexander Jones, Jill Wins, Commissioner Jill Wins.
I am Susan Stoddard. I was one of the founding chairs for the Los Angeles County High School for the Arts, where Candy Wiley attended, where he was a child of 6 children, single mother. He went to the High School for the Arts in Los Angeles, and you can see his work. Arts high schools serve kids in ways that are so powerful. And we live in a city where an arts high school should be at the center of the Civic Center Arts Corridor. It's been promised in this room. There are people in this room who have promised over and over and over again to move the Ruth Asawa School of the Arts downtown to 135 Van Ness. 4 bonds, countless unanimous board rezos. I stood with Ruth Asawa in front of Frank Jordan when I left ACT, my position as conservatory director, to move that school and give this town an arts high school that would launch careers in the arts and show the world how important the creativity of the young is, to put it in a platform in this town in the center of everything. The money that's been spent, the promises that have been made, please include this in your facilities bond.
Thank you.
You took $100 million that we saved. Please keep your promise.
I'm Keith Karamis, master teacher, celebrating my 21st year in SFUSD, and I've got the silver hair to prove it. Just for context, I was awarded the Mayor's Teacher of the Year Award for my work at Ruth Asawa, the Engineers Alliance for the Arts Teacher of the Year for my work at James Lick. I'm a Dreamcatcher Award recipient and the Susan Stoddard Bravery and Arts Education recipient. You know, I've been here for a while and I'm just really curious why there's no mention in the master plan for the facilities of any mention of the move of Ruth Asawa or the construction of the Arts Center at 135 Van Ness, meant to serve all students. Now, I got to tell you, I understand that the master plan was created with an extensive survey, but as a parent and as a teacher, I never saw that survey. My husband and I adopted 2 boys last year, and we keep our promises to our boys. I just got to tell you, I like it here. I don't want SFUSD to be the land of broken promises. Please keep your promises to the voters of San Francisco.
Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Alex Jones. I'm a Ruth Asawa School of the Arts graduate, a Juilliard graduate, and recent visiting scholar at Stanford Center for Design Research, where I focus on innovation leadership. as a product of with South School of the Arts, that's been a huge part of, the success that I've been able to have. But a huge part of that has also been the access to mentorship and relationships outside of that school in the leadership community in the Bay Area, which, when and if the school was to move to the kind of central corridor of the arts in San Francisco Unified or in San Francisco, there would be ample and abundant opportunities for that. Additionally, I think that there's other benefits, which are that it could reinvigorate the kind of thought leadership ecosystem in the education community, spark new ideas, promote innovation, all things that are kind of crucial right now in this challenging moment in SFUSD. So the question becomes, what do we invest in, and can we afford to lose opportunities to do that and take every route we can to address those issues, even some of the more conventional and experimental ones? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and Commissioners. I'm Sandra Halliday, a public school advocate for over 30 years. The Facilities Master Plan, promoted as a 10-year work plan, has no mention of the long-promised relocation of the Ruth Asawa School of the Arts to 135 Van Ness, despite repeated unanimous school board votes supporting the move and its inclusion in 4 past school bonds. This was a major selling point that you all used to pass the bond in 2016. The $100 million for the Ruth Asawa relocation was later reassigned. You've got the flyers there from 2016 on your desk showing, and also the unanimous school board resolutions. Please put 135 Van Ness in your master plan as the future home for the Ruth Asawa School of the Arts, and include and backfill the $100 million in the next bond. Oh, see the drawings on your desk from Mark Cavagnero, who's been paid for and contracted by the school district. Cavagnero and his staff can do the project in phases, the arts high school first. It would significantly reduce the price tag. In a well-run school district, you want some wins.
Thank you.
We should be able to eat and chew gum. We need to meet our current obligations and needs and plan for the future. There are donors in San Francisco who want to do this. Don't let people tell you they weren't anyone who want to fund this, because they do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jill Wins, and I sat in those seats for a long time. I'm here tonight to discuss the omission of the Ruth Asawa School of the Arts from the master plan for facilities. I'm hoping, we all are, that this is an oversight, that because we've heard about how many times we've voted in favor of this, both in this room and in the community. The $100 million was the key selling point for the 2016 bond. The mayor stood up with us at the kickoff, and some of you of that bond campaign. We relied on this. We promised the voters and we promised the students of San Francisco. So I want to just mention some of the assets that can be brought to this. One, we have the name and reputation of Ruth Asawa that she has, and we promised her that when she allowed us to name the school after her, that it would be a school that she would be proud of, that would have the kind of arts education programs that were embedded in the master plan for the arts. And it's time that we do that. And by the way, her reputation is worth geometrically more than it was when she lent it to us, because she now is finally being recognized, as she should have been during her life, as a world-renowned, brilliant artist. In addition to that, we have the design that you have before you by Mark Cavagnero, architect of renown. He designed SF Jazz right down the street, and the redesign of the Oakland Museum and the opera performance space in the Veterans Building. These are enormous pluses that we have. In addition to that, we have donors and people who have been behind this for years that we have not contacted. All of us and all the people standing behind us that you don't see, we have offered to help with this, and no one has done anything to mobilize that energy. So I want to tell you that what we need to do is make some acknowledgement of this, go forward with this. That you all promised when you reallocated $100 million that you would support this project in the future. Before you is the plan for the future.
We're at time.
And it's not in there. So put it in there and let it be worthy of Ruth, of this school district, and especially of our students.
Next group, Supriya Ray, Selena Chu, Kit Lamb, Amanda Freed, Chanel Blackwell.
You want to go first? Hello, my name is Selena Chu. Tonight, I will be using for the first time, my title. I'm the co-vice chair of Parent Advisory Council, also known as PAC. The majority of the PAC have decided to advance the slate, which I disagree. The process that resulted in this slate was riddled with problems, and you're aware of that. As a PAC member, I agree with your legal counsel's findings. The PAC's online application form was open and closed based just whenever the staff wants to open and close. So parents were very confused. Some in fact didn't apply because they thought it was closed. The application was never translated, effectively eliminating non-English speaking parents. In the end, not only the process raised concerns about racial discrimination and wrong act violation, it was also neither transparent nor fair. I sit here today to represent many parents who have complained to me that they felt shut out. I support SFUSD's recommendation outlined in April 19th memo.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Could you let her finish her thought, please?
Yeah, so there's three concerns with the slate. The process was illegal, the process was unfair, the process was not transparent. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here to speak about two agenda items. The first one is the PAC. I wanted to express how troubled I was by what I've read about what happened with the PAC selection process. You know, insofar as it was recognized apparently by the school district and council as being improper in various ways, illegal and discriminatory. It's super important that if we're going to have a PAC, that it be credible and transparent and actually representative of the parents across the district. There are a lot of people with different viewpoints in the district, and shutting out people based on their particular viewpoint is especially disturbing. We should be trying to find a representative set of voices. The second thing I wanted to comment on was the facilities master plan. And with regard to that, there are many things to be said here, but I wanted to focus on the public input aspect. I am concerned that public input, it's not at all clear what was changed in the master plan based on public input. So I hope to hear about that. But also with regard to the virtual presentations that were provided, may I finish the sentence? Okay, thank you. With regard to the virtual presentations, there was a question at the beginning about what school people came from, and there were completely separate polls about what people thought with regard to aspects of the plan. And it doesn't seem that these two things were connected. So it seems like district-wide data has been collected in an area that you would want to know school by school, which priorities and which things were important. When I asked about this at a district presentation, I was told that they were compiling district-wide data on things like the priorities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kit Lam, and I'm a parent of two students. May is the AAPI Heritage Month, but I read something alarming, an alarming article regarding the process selecting members of the district PAC. I feel like we are living in 1882, when the Chinese Exclusion Act first enacted. One quote from the article: the former PAC coordinator sent a denial email to an applicant, quote, "We received more applicants from our Chinese community than could be accommodated." Do you know the PAC used to have 3 Chinese parents serving years ago? Why is the district actively pushing out Chinese American and Asian American families now? On April 19th, in a memo, the head of district staff to PAC, education and board policy note that the district program cannot must be free from discrimination to all the following based on, including race. It's very clear that the process is against one of the SFUSD value, diversity driven. The selection process is not only harmful, but discriminatory, unfair, and unlawful. And why is it being tabled today? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Amanda Confried here on behalf tonight of SF Parent Coalition. 3 years ago, SF Parent Coalition didn't exist.
We started with just a handful of families in 2020 and grew to thousands by the end of our first year, with now over 5,500 parents from 110 schools. We exist because the district didn't listen to parents or respect us as partners. I never expected to make close friends through public comment at the school board during a pandemic, but yay, democracy. Our very first phone call was to the SFUSD Parent Advisory Council. At the time, parents were being vilified by school board members, shut down when we shared creative ideas for how to help students and families during the most challenging time for public education that we've all ever known. Parents were looking for help and getting heard, but the PAC would not listen to parents with a different perspective about reopening. 36 months after the PAC rejected Seth Brenzel, a founding board member, here we are again with a PAC slate chosen under very dubious circumstances. We urge you to listen to the district and table this item. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chanel Blackwell, parent of two San Francisco Unified District student. I'm just going to piggyback about the PAC. Right now is a violation of Brown Act, and we suggest not to vote on it tonight. It needs to be tabled. It's disappointing we are here discussing this, but here we are. But we must be, the PAC must be reformed, including different diversity of parents, different backgrounds, class background, education backgrounds, religion or gender. And what I mean about gender, seeing more males. Don't get me wrong, I'm for women empowerment, but I don't see any men in the PAC because we need that. We need that balance. So please, I urge you not to vote on this so this could be done ASAP, to be fulfilled, so that we can get back focusing on our student agenda, which is reading literacy, math literacy, bring about algebra, and fixing the teacher empowerment and increasing para pay because they deserve it. Thank you for being a service for our kids.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna call the next group. Jackie Zen, Josephine Zhao, Sophia Catherine Rothschild, Jessica Kwong, and it just says Wendy.
各位主席，好睇吧？我叫殷劍橋，我係 CPAC 嘅一員。咁我係兩個後區嘅孩子嘅家長。這10幾年嚟咧，我都把嗰兩個細路仔教學義學後區，可惜咧後區家長委員會咧，這幾年嚟千方百計阻擾我哋華人家長參與。 令出現傷害我哋，讓我哋失去咗信任。請你必須改革這個家長委員會，根治為少數人壟斷嘅現象，好好檢討點樣去重新取得家長嘅信任。今日呢有中文記者喺現場，我們需要你負責任，全面改革 PAC。 還 CPAC 嘅公道，好計劃，主席係咁多，多謝 ，thank you。
Hi, my name is Yan Gin Kang from CPAC. I have two children in the district, and I'm here tonight to speak about PAC. It's forbidding Chinese parents from participating. They have lost their trust. They have developed a monopoly that exclude everyone else. I hope that the district would intervene and help us to regain trust in PAC. There is Chinese press present tonight. I hope that the district could help CPAC to help restore trust in PAC. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, members of the school board. My name is Rabbi Dr. Sophia Catherine Rothschild. First of all, I just want to get this out there. What's up with these teachers' money? Please pay the teachers. All right, thank you. Now, President Burgess, as a woman of the Jewish community, I I feel it's unfortunate that the PAC is discriminating against its applicants based on race. It's illegal, it's unconstitutional, and it's hurtful. Simply redoing the nomination slate is not enough. You must reform it completely. The intent is covered by the Examiner and other newspapers. Let's bring back the great school experts to give the PAC a new life. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello all, good evening. My name is Jessica. I'm the member of a Chinese PAC. I know and I heard our Chinese parents want to apply to the PAC to help students, but end up as too many Chinese and denied it. It's really hurt and sad to our Chinese community. Our Chinese community has been in the city over 150 years, and we are belong and part of the San Francisco Unified School District. So because of too many Chinese, it wants like a lawsuit and might violate the Brown Act. So I'm here today as a result. We need to reform the fundamental of the PAC so that it won't be the mouthpiece for a few to hurt others again. Thank you.
Uh, 你好，我叫 Wendy， 我係華人家長諮詢委員會嘅一員。華人學生佔咗三藩市校區嘅1/3，卻得唔到校區嘅校區家長委員嘅承認，仲被公然種族歧視。我哋嘅感情受到深深嘅傷害。請教委主席改革呢個家長委員會，唔能夠讓呢個家長委員會代表幾個家長或者幾個小團體。 必須代表所有嘅家長，包括華人家長。多謝。
Hi, my name is Wendy. I'm a member of CPAC. There is more than 1/3 student in SFUSD that are Chinese. We cannot allow this kind of discriminatory things to happen, especially that we have. So right now in PAC, there's it only represents if you minor in like a small group. We need to include every group possible, including Chinese group. Thank you.
My name is Josephine Zhao, co-founder of CPAC. The $140,000 a year spent on PAC for 3 loud voices to block out the other 2, as well as the rest of the 15 seats, should have been better off spent on para at Gretton or 4-5 teacher at Gretton, Carsey Michael, or other teachers. We cannot restart PAC. We cannot pass the slate tonight. We cannot redo the process because there's potentially a lawsuit starting. The reason why PAC have a pattern 27 months ago and now again to reject parents, exclude parent based on certain race, it's because it's built into its bylaws. It has major flaws to be allow certain people to hijack it and block out other people. It's time that we have accountability. Its reporting structure is wrong. PAC is paid for by school district, but it's not reporting to school district.
Thank you.
We need to bring back AJ Crapple to restart the VVGG. As you are the president of the school board now, please fulfill your promise
Thank
from
you.
last year. Thank you.
My name is Shelley. I'm a member of CPAC. PAC has a pattern of exclusion and rejection. Simply 3 out of 5 members can keep out the voice of majority students and families. There are over 20,000 students from our community. We deserve a voice in PAC. Please reform the PAC. Thank you.
Go ahead.
you. Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Didi. I am a member of the CPAC. Sorry.
It should be on, press it one time.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, hold on. There you go.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lily. I'm a member of the CPAC. Past blatant discrimination against the Chinese communities is on display. So, President Bogus, please stop past the slate of nomination. You must completely overhaul PAC. There's some infrastructure issues with PAC, and it's instrumental to all of us Chinese. Thank you.
Good evening. My name Mark Liang. 我係 CPAC 嘅一員。美國排華法係60年代嘅事，冇諗到而家仍然發生喺現代嘅三藩市校區。華人家長委員會並冇得到校區嘅承認，呢個咧傷害咗我哋嘅感情。三藩市唔能夠允許歧視同錯誤行為繼續發生。華人嘅家長需要有一席之地。我哋要求校區正式承認華人家長委員會，讓我哋可以更好咁、更直接咁表達對教育工作嘅建議，讓家長同校區增強對話同埋溝通嘅渠道。多謝大家。
Hi, everyone. I'm a member of CPAP, and Chinese Exclusion Act was in 1960. I can't believe that in 2023, this is still happening. That CPAC is not recognized by the district. Us as Chinese, we needed a place in the district, and we needed a place to express our opinions so that we get represented. Thank you.
OK， 大家好 ，My name is Jan， 我係 CPAC 嘅一員。我兩個細路仔喺校區讀咗好多年書，佢哋都做得好感恩，多謝。咁上個月咧，校監同教委們到唔同嘅區域聽取唔同嘅家長意見，非常好。我同一個校監交談過，並且得到咗肯定，所以我好有信心。但係而家發現啊，反而校區家長委員會啊有意唔允許我哋參加，排斥我哋。咁作為 CPAC 一員，作為一名學生家長，我好希望多啲機會參與同埋提出我嘅意見。咁而家有1/3嘅學生係華裔，咁我希望要求校區正式承認我哋華人家長委員會，要去 CPAC 正名化，咁樣咧，我哋可以就直接咁同校區對話，提出我哋嘅意見。多謝。
Hold on. Hi, I'm a member of CPAC. Last week I have a few conversations with our commissioners and also our superintendent of the district that regained my trust. But this week I know that I find out that the pact from the district is actually discriminatory against us, and they don't want us to be one of them. This is very disheartening, and I hope that I can be more involved so that I can express my opinions about the district and about all the different policies. I hope that the district can formally recognize CPAC so that I can talk to you guys directly. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody was called. Jan, Jessica Kwong, Jean Hao Lu, Lily Hay, Mark Zibo, Yuan Liu, Lily Chow, and Jackie Zen. Have you spoken already? Or yeah. Yes? Okay, great. That concludes in-person public comment.
we'll be moving on to virtual public comment for agenda items. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas
Buenas
noches. Si alguien
noches.
tiene un comentario público que lo quiera hacer de manera en línea y virtual, puede alzar su mano en este momento. Todo el mundo tendrá 1 minuto. Gracias. Cantonese.
而家網上嘅參與者咧，而家有一個嗰個議程項目嘅公眾發言時間嘅，咁每人有1分鐘嘅時間。唔該。
Thank you. David, go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening. A parent advisory council is a good idea. A parent advisory council that has discriminatory practices, violates the Brown Act, and acts with impunity while making arbitrary decisions on who gets to join will produce useless advice and cause harm. In June 2022, the PAC reported to the board that it has priorities to advise on the fiscal health of the district and the health and safety of school operations. Last spring, I applied to be a member. In my application and live interview, there were 0 questions addressing any of these topics. Despite the non-evaluation of my application, I received a rejection with an ambiguous reason of overrepresentation from where I live. When I asked for more explanation, none was given. Apparently, the PAC has a belief that where you come from is more important than your skills, qualifications, or desire to volunteer those skills to help the district. Under no circumstances should you approve the slate on the agenda. To do so is an endorsement of flawed and illegal processes, a doubling down on breaking federal and state laws, a disregard for the district's own values, and an endorsement of anti-Chinese American discrimination. I trust that you will do the right thing, which is to reject and ask for serious reform. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Marina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Marina. Tonight I'm here as a current community organizer and former elementary school teacher. I'm here on behalf of Innovate Public Schools and a group of parent leaders and special education parents with whom I work closely. They've been advocating for students with learning differences, particularly to ensure that families who don't speak English as their first language have access to quality translation and interpretation services during the IEP process. I first want to thank SFUSD for passing a policy last spring to ensure the timely translation of IEP documents. Now we're asking you to join us in supporting
I'm so sorry. Can you please slow down a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your interpreters cannot keep up.
We are asking you to join us in supporting Senate Bill 445 to make sure that every family in California has access to that same quality of translation. This bill is authored by Senator Portantino, and it would require LEAs to provide parents and guardians with the translated copy of their IEP within 30 days of request, so long as the translation requested would be in one of the top 8 non-English languages in the district. This bill would also require IEP documents to be translated by a qualified translator as defined by the bill. Please help us championing this bill by publicly supporting SB 445 as a district. Thank you.
Thank you. Rionda?
Good evening, Board Commissioners and Superintendent Wayne. I'm calling in tonight to support the PAC and to once again ask the board to stand on principles that are reflective of all students and families within SFUSD. We can see clearly that one particular group feels isolated. One particular group is stating that the PAC has violated the policies. But as somebody who has worked with the PAC on numerous occasions, I can tell you how concerted of an effort that they make to reach numerous communities to ensure that there is diversity. Diversity is not just based on race, but it's also based on location and proximity, because you don't want to set up a PAC that is centered in just one location, because then you get a PAC that has a groupthink mentality and everything is one way, which is not reflective of SFUSD. The candidates went through a process and they were selected. And I ask that the board honor that selection process and not be threatened with lawsuits. It is exhausting how many times this board is threatened with lawsuits, and now it seems to cave at a threat of a lawsuit. If you don't stand on something, you fall for anything. Let's stand on something tonight, please.
Thank you. Frank?
Hi, good evening, Frank Chung, members of the Board of Education and President Bogus. In response to the most recent argument about let's stand for something, what exactly does that mean? Like, you know, is this speaker trying to suggest that you take a sure loss of a lawsuit to the courts? Your own counsel has duly advised you that your process was dependent on the exclusion of a particular group and is illegal. How much more clear can we make this? This is not about threats of lawsuits. This is about proper process to ensure fair representation for all. I hereby urge you to reject the PAC as it stands.
Thank you.
We're gonna pause for a second. We wanted to excuse our student delegates who are at their 9 o'clock hard stop. And so we wanted to release them. And also I wanted to apologize for them not being able to give input on the items that are coming from the board today, whether they're action or other items because of the way that we had structured the meeting. So I think just to acknowledge that and apologize to y'all here publicly for not letting you have more opportunity to speak and give input.
President Bogus, we still have 5 hands raised. Those were the 4 hands that were up.
I think we're gonna have to end public comment for our virtual participants at this point.
Okay, so we will be closing public comment for our virtual participants. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese? We're ending public comment.
Vamos a finalizar con los comentarios virtuales en línea en este momento. Cantonese, please.
我哋公眾發言嘅時間咧，而家結束啦。虛擬嗰個公眾發言嘅時間咧，而家結束，唔該。
Thank you.
Once again, my apologies to all the folks who were participating virtually with their hands raised, who weren't able to provide public comment. We had allocated about an hour and a half for public comment, and we're hitting upon 2 hours, and we have to get to the other business at hand. So I apologize for that and would direct you to email the board directly if you have comments that you still want to get across that you haven't had a chance to express yet, or you can email each of us directly. All of our emails are available on the website. Thank you so much. And with that, we will move to item F, payroll state of emergency and the update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Commissioner, President Bogus. Let me just get getting this up here. You're getting it. Oh, there we go. All right, so since declaring a payroll state of emergency, I've committed to providing updates at our regularly scheduled board meetings. And so want to follow through on that. I've been starting my updates with just a reminder of what it looks like to fix Empower, knowing that it's been way too long we've been dealing with this, and that we need to be clear on what does it look like for it to be resolved. And then if you then identifying, well, what does it look like over the next 90 days? And in particular, we're focusing right now on reducing the employee ticket backlog and resolving new tickets more quickly, as well as addressing the staffing issues that has made resolution more challenging, and working on our what we call our work packages to actually be able to establish that timeline of when the system will be stabilized so that we can exit the payroll state of emergency. With respect to the tickets, I've been showing this data at our meetings. Where is it? Can you go to the next slide? That shows the overall number of tickets compared to the tickets that come in versus tickets that's closed. And we have been able to consistently close more tickets than are open during since the start of the payroll state of emergency. And you saw our focus over the next 90 days is to get under 1,000. So I just wanted to give another picture of what we're looking at a more granular level. If you go to the next slide, you can see what we're tracking, just so you know, the monitoring that's happening in our command center where we implement the corrective action plan. We're tracking weekly how we're doing towards that KPI, that key performance indicator. So you can see from this where we have 2591 open tickets, and we need to reduce by 1,591 to get to that goal. So we are we have a difference of 61%, and you see we reduced the last week by 94 the backlog. The challenge is that would put us on a trajectory of 17 weeks to meeting our targets. So, but we need to meet that target over the next 90 days. So this gives us an idea of like where we might need to strengthen our efforts or put more resources in order to meet the goal. And it's becoming challenging because these tickets are often the more complex issues that we haven't addressed. But just wanted to give that picture a little bit more detail than the usual one you see of the backlog going down of what it looks like to monitor our KPI. I also want to give another picture of what it looks like when we are really put the resources behind our efforts. So when we declared the payroll state of emergency, one of the biggest frustrations our staff had was that they couldn't talk to anyone, right? You had to send in a ticket and there was no one available to speak to. So we quickly launched a call center using our own staff that we had reassigned. And it was appreciated that we had launched this, but we also heard about frustration that people would call and they wouldn't get an answer or have to wait a long time. And we had about 2 staff members per person in the call center. So as we've been working to increase staffing and also work with temporary staffing, we've now set up the call center where we have more staff, and they're trained staff who can better respond to the issues. And so you can see the dramatic difference. Now 90% of our calls are being answered, and there's much less of a wait time for it to get resolved. And so I just share this to say, we've talked about investing resources in resolving these issues. This is an example of what happens when we do that. So if you go to the next slide, did want to also provide an update on a few topics. I know commissioners were interested in making sure we're clear what's happening with the tax withholding issue. And so as a reminder, we did not submit the tax withholding information to the state in a timely manner. And so we did make the corrections and submitted all corrections to the state franchise tax board. We audited our federal data and are submitting those reconciliations to the IRS. We've submitted all known anomalies. We still have to make sure that there's no more issues with that. We're working with the city of San Francisco to offer financial advice to all employees, and we've worked with the tax preparation firm to provide tax services for those who received a WTC or an overpayment letter, like we knew when there was a bigger issue. We know our employees are taking advantage of those services, and so that's good. We also know that it's like for our tax provider, our employees have asked questions that the district has to answer. So we've been working with them to provide them with answers so their issues can be resolved. And then just looking forward, when I share these updates, I try to be very clear that while I'm highlighting progress, there are still significant challenges and risks we face with our current system. So one risk is we know we've invested too much money in the system, and now we may be facing state penalties for the delay in sending the tax withholding information. So we're working to address that. For staffing, very excited. We are getting in a financial services officer and other staff. We still need a lot more to meet our KPI over the next 90 days, though. You've heard we're in labor negotiations. You can see in this chart, we have implemented the salary increases that we've negotiated. We know it's frustrating because that took a while, but do want to say we're planning to reach new settlements, and it's going to take some time. And so we'll map out with our labor partners what the time it will take to implement those. And then we brought in Alvarez and Marshall to help us do an analysis of our situation. They helped develop the corrective action plan. They're not the ones who are meant to solve all our issues and get us fully to stabilization. They were supposed to get us on that path. So they've done that, and they're starting to transition out. But it's also a risk because we see there's areas where we still need support. So we're working with them on what that transition looks like. So you will hear another report next month. And again, appreciate the feedback we get and people's, I won't even call it patience, but at least people recognizing we're working hard to do right by our employees and address this issue.
Seeing no questions or comments from commissioners, I think we will move to our next item, which is our consent calendar, item H. Oh my goodness, I just skipped an item, my apologies. The next item that we're gonna do is item G, parent advisory committee reports and appointments. And we are going to have come forth now the membership nominations from the Parent Advisory Council. And I believe we have staff to introduce the item. And then I wanted to, I think, provide some context from the PAC.
Thank you. Our PAC in the past has been supported by a PAC coordinator. We do not have a PAC coordinator right now, so and our head of staff has been working with them. So our head of staff, Marin Trujillo, is going to provide the background on this item.
Good evening, board. Per board resolution number 3325A15, vacancies in the Parent Advisory Council, the PAC, will be filled through nominations by the council to the board. The PAC is nominating 7 parents to be on the council for a 2-year term. Additionally, 5 returning members are interested in continuing and are being brought forth for your consideration as well. The PAC originally intended to bring nominations back in September 2022. However, the district identified concerns regarding the selection process. These were shared at the October PAC meeting by the head of staff, myself, and the PAC coordinator at that point. In October of 2022, the PAC coordinator left the position. The district has not yet identified a new coordinator, and the PAC did not meet again until April 6, 2023. At the April meeting, the PAC expressed interest in bringing forward the previous nominations. The district subsequently shared with the PAC in writing the concerns that the district has identified about the selection process. The district has not spoken with the individual PAC members about the concerns, but recommends engaging in a new process to select parents to nominate to the council. At the May 4, 2023 meeting, the PAC decided to bring forward its nomination to the Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. So we did want to share that is, the context and the district's recommendation on this. I just want to be very clear on 3 points. One, really appreciate everyone on the PAC and their valuable time. Who spent their valuable time on the committee. These are parent volunteers who are stepping up, and I want to acknowledge that this year the PAC has not received the support that is expected with the transitions that have happened. 2, I just want to be also really appreciative of the PAC applicants and the nominees. They've been very patient. Some of them come to PAC meetings, even though they can't participate because they're not members yet. And again, anytime a parent wants to step up and serve the district, we want to honor and respect that and understand that may not have felt that way since it's been a while before being able to consider any nominations, but we do value their time. And then lastly, we're making this recommendation purely for process concerns. This is not about the people. Again, our parents are stepping up, wanting to help, and we as a district need to figure out the best way to support that. And so it's about the process. It's not about the people involved.
Thank you, Superintendent. I think also just to add from my last few visits at the PAC meeting where this came forward, I think just to give transparency that there was not agreements among all of the PAC to bring forth the nominations, but there was amongst the majority of the PAC. In speaking with members of the PAC, they felt good about their nomination process and the nominees they brought forward, not all of them, but the majority of them. And they actually felt that they did follow the Brown Act and that there was not any discriminatory practices that they engaged in as a pact is what they have relayed to me, and that they feel confident in the nominations that they brought forth in the process that they've gone through. I think I just want to also just highlight that there have been a lot of claims as far as what has happened, but the district did not do a formal investigation to verify those claims. And so at this point, they do exist as claims that are disputed by people in the PAC. And so I think that is something as well to lift up as we go through this conversation. We haven't got all the answers to the questions that are there, and there's leaving a lot of doubt as far as what are the actual facts and the case with the nominations and kind of where we're at. And so I think just to lift that up as far as some of the reasoning from some of the PAC members as to why the majority of them felt comfortable bringing forth the nominations and felt that it was urgent to do so. And I just wanted to kind of share that on behalf of why I, as board president, decided to bring forth the nominations at this time, even though there is a dispute amongst the recommendation from staff. And with that, I believe we will go to Commissioner Vice President Wiseman.
We just have a process. Do we need to move and second this first?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the first thing that we would need to do, would be to move in second, and then we'd be able to. So is there a motion to start the conversation so that we're able to, I think, figure out how we want to move forward?
There we go.
So moved. To start the conversation, correct?
Right, because we need to introduce it, move in a second so we can start the conversation. Okay, so we have a motion and a second from commissioners, and now we will start the conversation with Vice President Wiseman Ward.
Thank you, President Bogus. And thank you, Dr. Wayne, for your words and specifically your acknowledgement of the value and import of parents and volunteer time and the work that goes into this. I wanted to share my perspective, my concerns, and my hopes as it relates to this discussion. I strongly believe that it is in the best interest of the district, our SFUSD families, all of our students, and the PAC itself to have a functioning and robust PAC that allows for meaningful, diverse, and inclusive family engagement. The district, our families, and our students benefit from a PAC that is able to focus on work that is family and student-centered. At this point, we've been advised that there are potential Brown Act violations, as well as serious and well-documented allegations of legal violations, including discrimination and bias in the applicant review and recommendation process. To be clear, I'm not making personal accusations of bias, but where the allegations are documented, it is incumbent upon us to do the necessary work to make sure that the process is not tainted. These concerns and documentation were brought to the attention of both the PAC via the former PAC coordinator and to the district many months ago. They remain unresolved and without thorough review. Facing litigation over possible violations of state and federal laws, whether intentional or not, is a distraction that the district simply can't afford, nor does it benefit our students or improve their learning outcomes in any way. It is an adult-centric problem created by adult-centered decisions. To be clear, this is not about a particular slate or particular names. In fact, I have no doubt that many of those individuals who have taken time to apply to join the PAC are undoubtedly committed to serving all families and students in the district. Instead, this is about a process that appears to be highly subject to legal challenge. By not addressing the systems and process, we are not going to evolve as a district, and we owe it to our students to evolve. I will now yield the remaining of my time to Commissioner Matomedy to provide some critical information about the importance of a PAC that is fully functional and has the important necessary support of the district, and to introduce a motion for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiseman Ward. I agree with your comments, and thank you for sharing them. Students need to be at the center of our decision-making. We are a governing board of a state overseen educational agency. We hold responsibility to operate in compliance with educational codes and adhere to local, state, and federal laws. As an educational institution, we must work to rebuild trust with our students, parents, school communities, and with the community at large. Infrastructure and systems must be in place to deliver for our students and for our families. Without that, we simply cannot live up to our promises, and we will not make the necessary changes to support our students. Improvements are not just needed, but required. It is essential that we identify and address the root causes that created an environment where documented concerns can go unchecked for months. Students and family input is not only essential to ensure that the district delivers on its duty to educate children and ensure they are challenged and meet their potential, it is mandated by state and federal education codes. Given the multiple and serious concerns and the lack of clear resolution or process, I respectfully move to make a motion to table board action on this matter until, first, the superintendent conducts a review of SFUSD's human resource and legal department policies and practices for receipt, review, and response to complaints and concerns when brought to our attention, especially when legal and personnel violations are raised. This review should include actions to address deficiencies in compliance and adherence to the law and align with best practices. Second, an independent investigation by California Department of Education of SFUSD's parent and family engagement policies and practices as it relates to district compliance with state LCAP and federal ESSA rules, including identification of deficiencies and necessary remedies, best practices, and recommendations for district improvements. Third and last, the superintendent returns with recommendations for how the district will support the Parent Advisory Council so that it is in compliance with state LCAP and federal ESSA rules, including identification of deficiencies and necessary remedies, best practices, and recommendations for district improvements. The superintendent is responsible for the ongoing oversight, management, and support of the PAC. I ask for my colleagues' consideration of this motion.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you for that. Do you have a time certain on this in terms of the deliverables? And can you answer that part first?
I would defer to the superintendent to come back with a timeline.
Okay, and Superintendent, do you have any thoughts?
Initial thoughts would be to bring something back in the fall, and then could provide a specific date after kind of reviewing the details of the direction. And just for a little more context, in closing out the school, we need to close out this school year, and so then and some of the review will take a little bit of time.
And then lastly, do you mean for the PAC to be under the superintendent's office instead of the board?
I believe the superintendent, I believe state and federal education code indicates that it is a district responsibility. As such, I believe it should be the superintendent is responsible for the ongoing oversight, management, and support of the PAC.
I agree with that.
Commissioner Alexander.
Does that motion need a second? Because I'd be happy to second Commissioner Batamides' motion.
Mr. Steele, did we get a motion in a second for that?
But I did want to clarify, because I want to clarify with the superintendent, because the part I wasn't totally clear on was around the CDE's role, because I don't know that we can commit the CDE to something. I think I would prefer if we worded it around the superintendent working with the CDE or something. I'm not sure we can commit the CDE to do something in a motion.
ESSA code does give CDE jurisdiction and review authority of the LEA's parent and family engagement policies.
Yeah, I guess all I would suggest is that we ask the superintendent to work with CDE around it or something. I can't remember. It's hard with all the phrasing without having it in writing. So I can't remember what exactly you said, but just to be clear that we can't direct CDE to investigate our practices, or I forget the exact.
So I can modify, I can read it and modify it to a request as opposed to a directive.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and if we're going to be that specific, I do think we should have it in writing. I thought we were going to kind of give the superintendent direction. I guess what I'm saying is I just want to make sure that we're clear what we're committing to and what we're committing him to, so that when he comes back, it's really crystal clear, if that makes sense.
it does make sense.
If I could jump in, I would just say, after, since we have our second, I think, just to say, I think I have an issue with the superintendent assuming the ability to assume responsibility for the PAC when there's a clear resolution from the board that I think dictates the relationship between the PAC and the district. And I guess I feel like for us to change that, that would need an act of the board to do that. And I think that's what we had initially had kind of spoken about. And that's not something that I personally support. So I guess before, we give direction, we should have an official board process to dictate that, if that is a part of the conversation that we're currently having.
And maybe just to clarify or do you want to say something? Go ahead. Well, I was just going to try to clarify where I was coming from. I think I agree in spirit with Commissioner Matamati's resolution, definitely, and really appreciate it. So that's why I really would like to second it, but I also want to make sure of the specifics, so that, because to me, I was sort of understanding it not as making that decision, but rather asking the superintendent to come back to us by a time certain with a proposal around it, rather than saying we're not making a decision right in this moment that we're switching the PAC, but we're saying we recognize that there have been issues. And I just want to say, I want to point out that the allegations of anti-Chinese racism in particular are really troubling. And I mentioned this in September when this came up. And so I just feel like we can't proceed without resolving that. And I think, but at the same time, I also think there's larger issues with the PAC that my colleagues have referenced. We also have other issues around the QT PAC and other forms of parent advisory councils. I think we've all recognized that this needs a comprehensive look. And that's why I do really appreciate the idea of consulting with CDE and saying, how do other districts do this? What are best practices around ensuring really robust parent advising to a board, which really does need to be managed by the superintendent. So I don't know if so that's what I think
No, that affirms what my intent was.
Yeah.
And that is the return with the recommendations.
Yeah.
Let's go Commissioner Fisher, then we can go Commissioner Lamb.
Did you want to go first? Okay. I'm not a historian. I'm the newest member of this board, but as I understand it, part of the reason that the board resolution was created for the PAC was to provide some independence from district leadership and the ability to act in a more in a way that didn't where they weren't beholden to the superintendent, to district staff, and they could report honestly on behalf of families without any fear of reprisal. So I also want to make sure that whatever we do here, we're not handcuffing families. We're not stifling parent voice and parent honesty. And I also want to recognize that all of us who have served on any parent advisory over the past couple of years have felt like political footballs. And to correct the record, Seth Brenzel was actually brought forward by the PAC. The PAC was trying to be inclusive and was shot down. And frankly, we've all in the parent advisory world felt like over the past few years, we've had our voices stifled. There is no Office of Family Voice anymore. The only way to get in touch with anyone at the district is to send an email to the Family Link line. There's no org chart on the website to show how to contact people, how to work your way up the chain of the command. The only thing you can do is come here and stand at the podium and give public comment, and we're limiting that. We have to figure this out. If we want to improve student outcomes, we've got to engage with families. And right now we have stifled all family engagement. We want to change adult behaviors, give families better ways to engage.
Thank you. I want to thank Vice President Weissman Ward and Commissioner Matamati for laying out the roadmap for the PAC. Earlier in the fall, I continued this item as chair because I was really disturbed by what had illuminated through the process. I have deep concerns and continue to have deep concerns with the infrastructure or lack of systems in place in the district to be able to support our parent advisory council and our various advisory parent and community advisories overall. It's clear to me that as we talk about the importance around family and community engagement, that it is clear that the superintendent and the staff do need to do the examination of what to design for that deeper and authentic engagement. I do want to also acknowledge that this board over in the last year has engaged in tremendous community engagement. The superintendent search engaged in over 1,000 pieces of evidence for what I feel was a very thoughtful process. We then advanced to a historical vision, values, goals, and guardrails process that collected 4,000 pieces of community evidence. It was acknowledged by national coaches that there has been not one single district in the entire country that they have worked with that engaged at the comprehensive level that we did so in a matter of 6 months. So it is in the DNA and spirit of the values of this district. But tonight, I want to express my support for the amendment that's being brought forward. I cannot support any processes moving forward until this district has an infrastructure and a systems in place that we can be responsive more in a timely manner and a respectful manner to our communities at large.
Seeing no more comment from the board, I don't know if there's any responses from staff before we vote on the motion that was brought forth by Commissioner Matomedy.
Thank you. I think some of the clarifications addressed it. So just to the motion, I think for the second point, yeah, I hear it being revised as we'll reach out to CDE to ask them to provide the overview, the review, and offer the assessment that was noted there. I think most importantly, as you all shared, I think several of you shared is that I appreciate the opportunity to step back and think about how are we working with our advisory councils and working with parents, both proactively and in response to critiques and concerns. And recently, when I've been talking about my having listened and learned, and as we're making plans for the district, I often hear, I felt like we have a tale of two districts, because there is a district where it feels like, where do I go to get an answer to things, and may not get have a clear path in the district, or don't get, sending emails to not people, but to, family link line, right? But then there are the times when I'm out in community and at our schools, or I get invited to schools to talk to parents, and we have town halls and we have conversations. So there is, and see we have a really engaged community that wants to talk to us and wants to share their questions and concerns. So it's like figuring out how to not have it be this, these such divergent experiences that people have, and have a clear path forward. And that's what I see the real direction is come forward with the around the Parent Advisory Council, but as importantly, how are we proactively engaging parents, and then when there is a question, a complaint or concern, responding to that. And so I think, and I guess I put it in that way because I appreciate, I'm not hearing a direct come back with a recommendation to do X. It's just come back with your recommendations based on best practices and being in compliance with the state guidelines around parent engagement.
And also to clarify that this is not eliminating the PAC. This is not saying that these PAC members who were nominated are not qualified, because they in all likelihood very much are. So it's actually trying to address these issues so that folks like the people that have generously volunteer their time can actually engage in a productive manner. I mean, I think it hasn't been fair to the current PAC members, and it wouldn't be fair to the new people to bring them on with no plan on how to engage them, with no coordinator, right? There's still no coordinator. So I think this really, as frustrating as I know it is for the people that have volunteered their time on the PAC and gone through all this work and now feel like, okay, here they are delaying again. I think we actually need to do it right. And that's on all of us to ensure that it gets done right.
Can I ask one thing? Because when I'd originally read it in the record, it said the superintendent returns with recommendations for how the district will support the Parent Advisory Council. But after hearing this discussion, I'm inclined to also say and parent and family engagement so that it is and move on for there. So it's a broader, I mean, not only are we addressing the concern specifically, but more broadly as well.
Although that's giving staff more work, I think I guess I shared that because these advisory councils don't work independent of our overall district context of parent engagement. And we are working on what that looks like as a district. So yes, it will specifically address PAC, but we'll also speak to broader how we're working with parents.
Great.
I guess additionally, then I would love, if this does pass and it is the path we go, I would love to see staff at a future meeting present the plan for community engagement and to do this in alignment with our goals and guardrails and kind of how those things will mesh together as we move forward. So I believe at this place, we are at a place where we're going to take a vote on the motion to table this item. I'm going to ask Commissioner.
I have a clarifying question.
Please.
What happens to we have a PAC right now, albeit with 3 members? What? 5, thank you. What happens to that body?
Well, for one thing, I think they ought to be part of this process. I mean, I think that we have groups that are, so I think it would make sense for them to be part of the process the superintendent's designing.
And is this just process-wise a substitute motion to the original motion? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think the original motion was just to move to discuss the item, correct? To move to vote. Okay, so then I think the question is, are we, Commissioner Matomedy offered a different motion so that be considered a substitute motion, substituting the original motion?
I don't necessarily think so, simply because the motion originally was to discuss, you discussed.
My motion was to discuss.
So then that was satisfied through discussion. And then there was a new motion.
Commissioner Alexander seconded my motion.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So let's just vote whether it's.
And then there were some clarifications as to the 3 points that were raised initially, which we'll have to go back and look at the video to make sure we're all on the same page.
So before we vote, I'm gonna ask if we can restate what it is that we're voting on, just so that we can make sure we have clarity. And then we will proceed to have a roll call vote on the item of tabling Intel.
Would you like me to read it again? Okay. Given the multiple and serious concerns and the lack of clear resolution or process, I respectfully move to make a motion. First, the superintendent conducts a review of SFUSD's human resource and legal policies and practices for receipt, review, and response to complaints and concerns when brought to our attention, especially when legal and personnel violations are raised. This review should include actions to address deficiencies in compliance and adherence to the law and align with best practices. Second, okay, and actually this is good that we're reading it. The district request or coordinates with California Department of Education to conduct a review of SFUSD's parent and family engagement policies and practices as it relates to district compliance with state LCAP and federal ESSA rules, including identification of deficiencies and necessary remedies, best practices, and recommendations for district improvements. And third and final, the superintendent returns with recommendations for how the district will support the Parent Advisory Council and parent-family engagement so that it is in compliance with state LCAP and federal ESSA rules, including identification of deficiencies and necessary remedies, best practices, and recommendations for district improvements. The superintendent is responsible for the ongoing oversight, management, and support of the PAC.
So maybe I'll just clarify 2 points. I think the last part you said is, I'm going to come back with recommendations and that may say, recommendations related to like who oversees, is it where it's situated, but I think it's under, so I'm just clarifying that versus understood that overall the PAC is still, whatever its level of independence, it's still a district body because the board has authorized it, and then operationally the superintendent, as the representative of staff deals with that. So that's clear. Then the second thing is I'm going to assume CDE has an interest in this, but we'll reach out and let you know if for some reason we don't hear from CDE or they say they don't have capacity. We'll let you know that long before we bring forward the recommendations.
I would like to draw everyone's attention to guardrail number 1, effective decision making. The superintendent will not make major decisions without utilizing a process that includes meaningful consultation with the, sorry, I need to slow down, with the parents / guardians, students, and staff who will be impacted by those decisions at the inception, adoption, and review. So I request that we also add that all the current advisory committees who will be impacted by this are part of this process as well. Superintendent in whatever policy, they are meaningful participants in whatever policy you're going to prepare to bring forward to us.
See, that was the problem with broadening it, because I will say to be able to access all of our advisory committees on the timeline we're wanting, which is coming back, in the fall, might be challenging. So, but I will say if there's, let me think how to what I would say.
Could you bifurcate it?
What's that?
Could you bifurcate it?
No.
2 steps?
No, I think if you're going to develop a policy that
For all advisories, yes.
they need to be involved.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
I think I want to just interject that I think if we want to do anything different than what Commissioner Matomedy said, then we need to do something in regards to that motion before we make any
Do
changes
you want me to
to
make a
it.
friendly amendment?
I
To include
am
that?
not.
Would you
going to-
accept a friendly amendment?
I am not going to accept that amendment into this because I'm going to defer to the superintendent as to how he is going to interpret that guardrail and come back to us having complied with it. I'm not going to get prescriptive.
So then considering that this board and superintendent, I guess I would ask, how would you do this with this guardrail in mind?
I mean, I'll would need to, I'll be considering it and think on what the response would be and how we'd incorporate it. Recognizing, bringing it back, bringing back the recommendations, that question is going to be raised by at least Commissioner Fisher.
All right, I think maybe we're at a place where it is the time to call the question. I do still, I think, have concerns, and I think issues of things not being as clear as I would want them to be. But I think recognizing where the board is at, and it seems like we have settled as far as our discussion on this particular item. So I want to call the question. I'm going to ask Mr. Steele if you can engage us in that.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion, correct? The motion to table, correct? Commissioner,
It's more than.
Sorry, we're not tabling. Aren't we voting on it? It's Commissioner Matomedy's motion.
Make a motion to table board action until.
Oh, it's a table. Okay. Okay. Got
It's
it.
table with the 3 steps.
With the
correct?
steps. Got it. Okay.
on the motion to table, which way?
Just want to just make sure that commissioners don't have any questions and that we feel good to vote. All right.
On the motion to table 3 steps? Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Pass for a minute. I need to I need to process.
Okay, Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
No.
Back to Commissioner Fisher.
I think I have some clarifying questions for the superintendent, but yes.
Thank you. 6 ayes, passes. The motion passes.
Thank you, staff, and thank you, commissioners. And with that, we will move forward to our next item, which is item H, the consent calendar. Can I get a motion and a second on the
So
consent
moved.
calendar? So move, have a second.
Yeah, I'll second.
Right. Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent or his staff?
No.
Okay, I think now we will call for a roll call on the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, I missed the motion in the second. Can we repeat that? Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher and
Okay.
Commissioner Alexander second.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Great.
you.
Commissioner Alexander
Yes.
on the consent. Yep. Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. And with that, can I get a motion and a second on the retroactive contracts for our consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Second on the retroactive contract? Okay, thank you.
Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent or his staff?
No.
All right, let us have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
Yes.
7 ayes.
And thank you for that. And with that, we
Yes.
will proceed to item J. And we will start with item J1, which is the adoption of the San Francisco Unified School District's facility and master plans. Because these are action items, I will call for a motion and a second, and then ask for the superintendent and their designee to read the recommendation into the record.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening again, and we're excited to present our updated facilities master plan, and then with the recommendation to approve it. We've presented a draft facilities master plan after sharing our robust assessment we did of all of our facilities, and then based on the feedback we received from that discussion, as well as the process that our staff has gone through to engage the community, we're coming forward with a finalized facilities master plan for approval. And so I'm going to turn it over to our head of facilities, Don Kamalalathan, to present our facilities master plan.
Thank you, Superintendent and Commissioners. Good evening. We're very excited to be here tonight to move forward, we hope, with your support on this important milestone of adopting the district's facilities master plan. So tonight we're going to give a brief presentation. I know that it's late, and try to cover a lot of ground. I think the focus, again, what is our facilities master plan? This is a 10-year work plan to guide physical improvement of school sites. That being said, it is a high-level policy document. It is not meant to spell out specific projects and sequence work, but rather to kind of guide the emphasis and alignment of funding sources that we have as a capital team to pursue capital improvements at the district. This has been a longstanding we're in step 2 of what we hope is a 3-part sequence. We did our condition assessment last summer. We're doing the master plan right now. And then we plan to move ahead in 2024 with a general obligation bond. The point of tonight is really to circle back with the board after hearing the good quality feedback that we got in our last conversation, and to focus on sharing with you in depth a couple of the biggest changes that we made, but also to let you know that we heard some of the smaller points as well, and have tried to incorporate those into the text, and that's summarized on slide 4. There was a real emphasis, I think, on the importance of investing in deferred maintenance needs and thinking about what we've now called core functionality of school sites, how to accelerate some progress on that initiative. And we have some ideas on that we need to really talk about middle school and high school sites more in our capital program, and what it would mean to do ambitious but realistic projects there. Continued support for health and safety, wanting to make sure that we're continuing as a district to, of course, meet accessibility needs. There was a desire for more detail about TK expansion and coordination with the city and county. Directive to conduct more focused community outreach at sites that are in fair and poor condition per the condition assessment, and an acknowledgement that we need to continue to build on the interrelationship between student assignment zones and their potential future impact on our school buildings and capital needs. And so we feel like we have made modifications to the text for each of those. If you have specific questions, happy to answer those. Tonight, we're really going to focus on outreach efforts that we've conducted between so we started before our last meeting, but have continued since then, and also talk through the core functionality, deferred maintenance needs recommendation that's been added at the board's direction. So, sorry, I'm moving super quick. Sorry, Judson, not queuing up your slides. We go to slide 6. Great, thank you. So what was our outreach process? We wanted to be as comprehensive as possible. We really relied on school site, both communication through official internal SFUSD channels like the lead bulletin, the weekly principals bulletin, our newsletters. We also, though, did build, to the extent possible, a comprehensive roster of school site councils, and reached out to those school site councils, in some cases multiple times. We reached out to all of our advisory committees, as well as posting on social media. And we made tremendous progress. We feel like we dedicated staff to canvassing those various contact lists and reaching out to folks. And we managed to complete or schedule at least 15 in-person presentations with different advisory groups and PTAs. And also, for the second time, continue to iterate on the success of asynchronous workshops. That is a practice that we're still refining, but we've been pleased with the results. And this time around, we got even more responses than when we did a similar practice for outdoor learning. So we'll talk about that in more detail. Let's go to slide 9. So again, our asynchronous workshops, we had 325 participants that at the end of the day represented a cross section of 83 schools with pretty solid representation across elementary school, middle school, and high school sites in terms of getting at least one comment, and in many cases more than that. With a good balance also, I think, of parents and families of SFUSD students and also internal staff. The next slide, please. This just reflects the outreach, and it is candid about the fact that there were some sites that we did not get a response from, despite multiple efforts. And on slide 11, you can see that again, 100% of schools were contacted, and many times, multiple times, and that 20% of the schools scheduled or completed an in-person presentation, 74% of the schools completed the asynchronous workshop. Next slide, please. The feedback, there were lots of different details here, but again, the feedback really aligned with the board's directive, I think, about trying to focus on core, like deferred maintenance needs at school sites and things that are really impacting the basic day-to-day functionality of school sites. And that includes a lot of emphasis on heat, lighting, electrical. There was also, I think one of the newer themes was increasing emphasis on bathrooms, both their design and safety issues associated with design as well as maintenance. There were a lot of questions about future bond planning and wanting to see more transparency about the development of that project list. So there were some pretty clear themes that came through, as well as also an emphasis on these like shared spaces. A lot of the modernization program, as we've known it, has focused on classroom upgrades. And that's been to, with the exception of the SNS program, the neglect or the exclusion of shared spaces like auditoriums and schoolyards. And so there's some that deferred maintenance has built up and folks have a clear request to engage on those. If you go to slide 13, please. So we asked folks to both rank their satisfaction with how these different types, categories of needs function at their existing school site, and as well asking them, what should we prioritize across the district? When we describe classroom environment, it's really, again, classroom comfort and school site comfort. School site safety was second, and third was outdoor learning and schoolyards. All right, let's keep. We included just a cross section of some of our, some quotes, just taken that we felt like really encapsulated the spirit of the feedback that we were hearing across the board. And again, very much aligned with basics, focus on quality of water, on heat, on longstanding plumbing issues, on bathroom conditions. And that has been, sad for us to read about some of these conditions, but it's also been very helpful as we start to think we're starting to already really focus on specific areas like heat, and now starting to think about bathrooms and how we might really create targeted improvements and investments to address some of those longstanding issues. When we look at the next slide, another reason for this core functionality program is that you can see sites that the overall campus has a good FCI, but there are building systems which are failing or aging more rapidly than the rest of the site. And so you can see at a place like an alternative school that has an overall good score, but the plumbing system and HVAC are out of date and would need to be upgraded. And so we focused in the past bonds first on the Lopez settlement and then on a modernization program that oftentimes excluded some of those core building systems. And so we're looking to remedy that. So we added, next slide, please. We added a slide, or I should say a recommendation around core functionality. And we made this study because when you look at the dollar amounts and how many sites are impacted by this, to accelerate it would throw the entire system into chaos. One, I don't think we are staffed from a procurement or contracting perspective to really support that kind of work, and it would have wide scale impacts. But we are very focused, particularly on heat right now, and figuring out a 3-year plan to make a dramatic difference in the experience of winter at SFUSD classrooms. Lastly, I also want to talk just in acknowledgement of the public comment that we heard tonight, that there are a lot of things buried in the plan. You know, it's a huge document. We recognize that. And one of the things that we haven't talked as much about is about portfolio management. And we did talk a little bit about this as we think about Leola Havard and Treasure Island, and that we have a whole series of underutilized sites across the district. And that we need to think about each of those sites individually, but also about their contribution to the district as a whole and what their future purpose should be and how we can leverage them most effectively. And that includes not just Leola Havard, Treasure Island, but especially our downtown properties, McAllister, 555, the SNS building on Eddy, this building, the one we have in the Mission. We have a lot of property down here. And we need to start to think about what the future of those properties should be. At 135 NS, the Risota project is clearly an option, but we've also gotten clear feedback, we think, from the donor community that the project is currently conceived, it didn't work. And I'm happy to talk about those lessons learned. And that doesn't mean that the spirit of that project or certain goals of it can't move forward, but it is important that I think we again look at this as a portfolio, because all of these projects, as you make one move, has a domino effect on other properties. And so look forward to talking about that. And that is part of our plan as well of work, is to think through that portfolio analysis over the next decade. So in terms of next steps, we want to, we have already started to do this, reviewing the pipeline for deferred maintenance with a real focus on heat, but starting to align projects for our annual deferred maintenance funding with the facilities master plan priorities. We are launching scoping teams that will operate through the spring and summer to help us really flesh out what would be meaningful investments in these larger middle school and high school campuses. Continuing to conduct more outreach around TK expansion. We are going to continue this conversation about outreach with the community as we start to segue sometime over the next few months from the facilities master plan to thinking about projects for both deferred maintenance funding, developer impact fees, and bond funding. And we are working, we're actually having some workshops tomorrow with our internal stakeholders to really build out more specific capital plans, for example, technology and student nutrition services. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. I'll start with questions and we'll see if other commissioners have questions too. And this is, I guess, to staff and the superintendent. I guess if you could just talk a little bit about, I guess, the gap between where our facilities, I guess, where we want them to be, and I guess where they're at and what we're able to do to address those. I think lifting up the inabilities for us to kind of do everything. And I guess my frustration also with us kind of understand that that means that students will still not be going to schools and fully renovated facilities, or maybe facilities that are fully functional for them, or have to still worry about falling ceiling tiles or things like that. So how is that being handled or negotiated? And like, what kind of transparency would families and I guess folks in our school community be able to have as far as the things that we have committed to previously to do and how they will fit and be prioritized in this process, or is this actually a restarting and those things aren't pre-prioritized, they would have to be reprioritized and recommitted to?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a big question. Let me try and tackle some of this in pieces. I'm going to start backwards, start with the second question. We have a number of projects that we understand to be in the queue. Most notably, actually, West Portal and Denman come to mind as projects that from the 2016 bond that we completed design for, but haven't yet delivered construction because we ran out of funding. While it is the board, will be ultimately the board's policy decision, what's included in our ballot measure, I do intend to recommend that we move forward with those projects that were started and for which we have a clear scope of work and can deliver the projects. We, of course, are also moving forward notably with Buena Vista Horace Mann and in the midst of that right now. We also are reflecting on the projects that we didn't get to in 2016's bond, and we have already done a crosswalk between that list and how the condition assessment ranks different properties. And the good news is there's by and large a fair amount of alignment there. So I think the data sources, as you look at them, all tend to point in the same direction with then a few differences across the board. So we're moving forward with our modernization program with more and better data than we had before to help us with scoping. But we have very much in mind the projects that we have kind of picked up and thought about. I think to your point about what we can do for the school district as a whole, I'd offer a couple of different thoughts here that are, again, outside of the idea of our historical experience of a modernization project. There are procurement tools, for example, job order contracting, that the district doesn't use. Job order contracting allows you to basically bid out a whole set of routine kind of lightweight to medium weight construction tasks, replacing fencing, repaving asphalt, places where you're not doing major design work, but you just need to put it back the way it was, but a little bit better. That will take time to build, but it would allow us to actually use our facilities design construction funding more effectively and I think move more quickly to deal with the kinds of things that are frustrating people that don't require redesign of the site. So when you have a sport court, for example, that's just really, it's on its last legs, that you wouldn't need to go through a huge process to just get that taken care of necessarily. So there are things like that that I think we should be doing that would make a big difference. I think our goal right now is to really focus on the basics of seismic safety, right? We have there's always work to do on that, but continued work there, and to really focus on a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing assessment of the schools that have been identified as like the top third or top quarter of worst scoring facility condition assessment scores. So that as we go through with the modernization, in the past, we would do classrooms and maybe leave a core life safety system the way it was. And this time we're trying to redefine what the modernization program means, to say that we're not going to ignore the obvious at school sites as we're trying to plan our modernization. And I think that will make a big difference.
I appreciate that. I guess I hear you saying that, but I guess I don't see that. And I guess what is put forward. And I think the concern that I have is visiting sites that have been recently renovated, and it feels like they're only halfway modernized. And there's a large parts of the schools that still aren't fully functional and aren't beautiful and aren't really kind of set up for what we want to see. And I guess what I'm curious about, and I don't know if the superintendent wants to answer this or if it's you, Don, but just really, I guess, are we going to maintain, I guess, that approach to modernizing our buildings, of kind of identifying the key projects and focusing on them? Or are we going to be looking at doing things that are more holistic, that actually kind of encompass all the issues of the school, so that when we're done, we're kind of walking out of it different? And I guess I'm a little bit curious about how that feeds into it.
Yeah, so we're getting into project scoping, right? And I think that I'm happy to answer the question with where I think the direction we're going, but look forward to giving you more proof, right, and evidence, because this is, again, a high-level policy document. But for example, I think it's going to be a blended approach, in that what I would really recommend is that there are certain sites, for example, that are so geographically and tightly constrained on a block that the work that needs to be done, whether it's BVHM or we have other school sites like it, to displace that population. If you're going to do a project there, go all the way, because you don't want to come back for 50 to 80 years. You want to do the project that you need to do and disrupt the community one time, impact them one time, to get the right project and to do as much as possible there at one time. There are other school sites like Balboa High School, where doing a comprehensive curb to curb project there would be a bond in itself. So there's always going to be scoping trade-offs that we need to make, but we are trying to we intend to pursue a definition of a modernization project that, like I said, tackles at the very least the core life safety needs of each building as a higher priority, rather than an equal priority to classroom modernization, so that we aren't, for example, doing classrooms and leaving a boiler that we know is on its last legs in place, which is what you're describing and has been a pattern.
And what you're saying is that as we move forward now, that your planning is taking those things into consideration so that we don't follow those same practices, or we are considering those things and we'll assess whether or not we have to continue those practices as we move forward. Does that difference make sense?
I don't think this early in the process that you can tell which lane you're in. The main thing we're doing right now is, again, starting the process of more detailed mechanical, electrical, plumbing assessments for each one of these buildings. So the facility condition assessment gives us a high level analysis of what's going on. It says your heating and ventilation is outdated, but it doesn't say this specific boiler has really only got 6 more months left or 3 more years, or actually the boiler is okay, but the duct work is a real problem. Same thing with plumbing. We don't right now, the condition assessment does not reflect what we've learned from our water quality testing, right? Those are different levels of detail. But now that we have water quality testing data from the summer and this past year, we can go back and ask for more detailed plumbing studies to say like, do we need to change out the pipes here? Or is this just a wholesale fixture replacement? What can we do to address this basic issue? When we hopefully emerge from the end of the summer with a more rich data set on those questions, that's going to allow us to say, hey, for these 20 sites, 5 of them, it really makes sense to go with a bigger project and trying to do not a complete curb to curb, but something that is much more comprehensive. And at these other sites, we might want to be more surgical. Well, we'll get a lot of bang for buck in terms of functionality, maybe less so in terms of aesthetics, right? So those are the trade-offs that we'll need to discuss with and bring to the board.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. The last point I will make, and then I will stop with my litany of questions, is I guess if you could just talk to the amount of community engagement that has gone outside of our individual schools, but to the broader communities our schools are in with our respective elected officials, staple kind of organizations and kind of groups within the communities to really, I guess, reflect how our schools will support the needs of San Francisco and the communities they're in, and how we take that into consideration as we develop our schools to kind of maximize impact, not just for the school itself, but for the city and the surrounding community. And so I guess I'm just interested if any of that is kind of coming and where we're at with those conversations.
I do think our outreach is going to be an ongoing process. We are not stopping it tonight. We intend to keep going through spring. And I think particularly, hopefully with the board's support tonight, that we can then turn in more detail and brief some of our SFUSD external stakeholders in more detail. I have shared and do go to the city's 10-year capital planning committee at least once every 2 years, every year, to talk about the direction we're going. And we do have like our only form outreach for us as a facilities division is not just the meetings that we have, right? But the nonstop flow of emails and constituent concerns that come in through my inbox, in through the work order system, in through our government affairs colleagues. And that chorus is very aligned with what we're hearing from families and from teachers and staff. It is focus on the basics, please. And so I think that we're in a good place, actually, that there are some very consistent themes building that are actually actionable. And so look forward to moving forward with those more specific plans to be able to share with the board.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? We'll start with Commissioner Lamb, then go to Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you. And thank you to the team for putting this really critical facilities master plan together and really being it grounded in data. A couple of questions that I had, if you can speak to, how does this facilities master plan, acknowledging that it is at the highest level, how does it serve in the advancement of the established student outcome goals through the vision, values, and goals and guardrails?
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a great question. And since the board has developed the vision, values, goals, and guardrails, we've actually had a number of conversations inside the facilities team to just kind of synthesize that for ourselves and talk about where we fit in. The document itself really emphasizes serving the whole child. And I think as we think about the work that we're undertaking, we don't have any illusions that the condition of the facility is going to make an impact on moving the ball forward in terms of academic achievement, but we know that the negative condition or the poor condition of our facilities is a distraction for everyone from learning and teaching. And so unlike other teams that might have a more constructivist, positive goal associated with their actions, ours is to make sure that, or try to get us to the place where we fade more into the background in terms of where people are spending their time. And when we think about the whole child, that we're building facilities that, again, allow us to provide food, that make sure that students have access to adequate nutrition, that they're getting to school on time, and have reliable transportation, that the condition of the school supports their learning rather than distracting from it.
Thank you. And a follow-up question is, although I think most folks can put their arms around, so what are the projects? And want to acknowledge that, again, the FNP does not dive into that, but what is going to be the criteria of how the staff are going to be approaching to ensure that it's consistent to the facilities master plan, and how will you report back around that progress?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I also really welcome feedback from the Board of Ed about how they'd like to get that reporting and data. In partnership with our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, we've gotten a lot of very useful feedback about the way that we're communicating around finances, project progress, our website. We want to continue to make progress on responding to that feedback and building out our work products. But I do think that the last facilities master plans that we had actually had a lot of useful information in them. They were rarely referenced in decision making. And so I think on the city side, there's a practice that as you make recommendations for capital expenditures, you have to reference their alignment with your underlying plan. And that's what we intend to do, is to frame our investments in alignment with the priorities that have been characterized here.
Commissioner Fisher, then Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you for all of this information. And I think one of the things that was really validating to see on slide 12 was bathrooms at the top of the list for core functionality. That has been my family's personal experience at every middle school and high school we've attended. And you just named it, how distracting it is from the learning. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Like maybe give anyone who's still listening at this point a little bit of hope, please?
Yeah, well, it's a multi-layered problem, right? I think that there's a way. So first, let's talk about the distraction. I am personally saddened and tired of hearing stories from families about how kids won't go to the bathroom during the day because of the condition of the bathroom. Okay. So when you talk about distractions from learning, right? Problems that you're managing, that's unacceptable. So there's two layers to that. There's the maintenance layer, right? Of just making sure we have adequate custodial staffing, and we've talked about our challenges in that arena. We continue to move forward and make the most of what we have and advocate for resources, but that is, that is a separate set of operational funding streams. But there's a really interesting set of issues around design. When I worked at the Recreation and Parks Department, our freestanding restrooms were frequently a site of undesirable to criminal behavior, right, on a very regular basis. And as we engaged with the community, we started to really think about, like, how can we just design these differently so that they're easier to clean and they're easier to monitor? And that involved in some unique design solutions, like the panhandle bathroom, where you just had shorter doors. You could always see if someone was kind of in there from far away. Right? You could, at Mission Dolores, we designed a drop-down garage door that allowed you on certain times with lower park usage to make the bathroom smaller. And then on, those weekends when everyone is there, open the garage door, have more stalls. But the whole thing was designed to basically be very easy to hose down very quickly, move on, and come back later. We need to think about the design of our restrooms now, not just as meeting a series of codes, but as an important place to communicate student dignity, right? And to create an experience that addresses the basics of human dignity. And I think as we think about gender neutral restrooms, that's another important part of this. We have completed the signage project. That's an important first step there. But again, we need to start to think about, as we modernize buildings, where can we make some design modifications and choices? And that will have, again, domino effects for the rest of the building. But I'm really taking very seriously student voices in this, and we've heard from different students who have thought about this issue. And I think there's a real opportunity here to think about a different kind of standard and a way that we engage in design on them.
Thank you for naming all of that.
Thank you for everything. presentation is very comprehensive. Can you talk a little bit more about the Rossota Mosaic project? In terms of the capital, private capital campaign that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah.
And how much money is actually left in the bond since we did divert funds away from that project? How much money cumulatively remains for the project? And the delta between what remains and what we would need to complete the project? And then can you talk a little bit about the outreach to the campus itself, Rossota, and that community?
Yeah, so. Wow, this is as you've been here through this entire conversation, so there's a lot to potentially talk about. I think that in terms of what's left in the 2016 bond for the 135 Arts project, there are no funds. We reallocated the entirety of the allocation for 135 Arts to other uses. That being said, we did spend of the 2016 bond, I should say it was like 95 million because we spent. Sorry, it's all blurring together. We've spent about $5 million to date to design a concept for 135 Arts. And that was the Mark Cavagnaro design, which was widely distributed and worked on. The amount to complete the project, realistically at this point, by the time you could get funding in hands and mobilize, complete, because the design is not done, you need to complete construction drawings, which would be easily another $20 million. And then the project itself is going to clock in at over north of $500 million by the time we would get there. When I started, we did an intense year of trying to make the project work. And at that point, we had an estimate of about $300 million. And there was a rough plan of said a third from the bond, 100 million from the 2016 bond, 100 million was going to come from philanthropy, and about 100 million was going to come from the state school bond. That state school bond failed. And then we went into shelter in place and the world changed, and our ability to convey the project as the most important priority for SFUSD to undertake was, we were not credible. We did not want to do that, and we would not have been credible. We got a lot of feedback from funders. There was positive feedback, most of it actually around the Mosaic project. So their project included the project had two pieces to it. One part was the Ruth Osawa School of the Arts High School and moving that downtown. And then there was another part called Mosaic that was about creating a special arts creativity maker lab space that could be available to all students in the district. There was some funder interest in that portion of the project, but it was a much smaller portion of the project. And even then, post-pandemic, that kind of interest, I don't think could be sustained. So we're at a place now where we've learned, and to your last part of the question, what we've heard from the McAteer campus, we do get inquiries from Rossota every once in a while about the Rossota community, about the status of the project. But the overwhelming feedback we get from Rossota is, we've got issues here at this building. That building is structurally okay, but there are, again, the same mechanical, electrical, and plumbing issues that are hitting all the other school sites that are also impacting the Ruth Osawa's current campus. And those have been in part deferred because of the idea that there would be someday this huge renovation. I think it's important now to start thinking about how to address some of those concerns that impact not just Ruth Osawa School of the Arts, but also the academy. So that's my very brief summary of a very complex history, and welcome any additional comments or questions on that.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a different views from the public comment. I hope that you'd be able to join in further the discussion with the community.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other comments from commissioners, I will call for a roll call vote.
Thank you, President Bogus. On the Facilities Master Plan, Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
Yes.
7 ayes. It passes.
Thank you. With that, we will go to item J2, legislative overview, considerations and action of district positions on selective legislative proposals. Can I get a motion and a second on this before we go to the superintendent or his designee?
So moved.
Second.
Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was, and thank you, Don and Karen for the presentation and appreciated the discussion. And want to welcome our head of communication and external affairs, Hong Mei Pang, to talk about this item.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Commissioners. I am joined tonight by Abe Hajela and Kathy McBride from Capital Advisors to present our recommendations on the selected state legislative proposals. By way of background, the San Francisco Board of Education considers and adopts positions on state and federal legislative proposals to advance policies that can contribute to SFUSD's vision, values, goals, and guardrails. We have provided a summary of all K-12 bills and a smaller list of bills of interest for your consideration. Topics include, but are not limited to, curriculum and instruction, early childhood, facilities, governance and operations, human resources, school finance, school safety, special education, and student services. We are pleased to share the final selection of bills and recommendations for action tonight based on the following considerations: fiscal, administrative, and student impact analysis in relation to SFUSD's vision, values, goals, and guardrails, legislative background and landscape, including known support and opposition to the bills, and a comparative bill analysis if there are competing bills. We are requesting the board to take action to ratify the proposed recommended positions on the select state legislations before you. And it is important to note, by way of your feedback, that bills that we are considering tonight do not include budget bills. We are closely monitoring the state budget process and are waiting for the governor to release his May budget revise so that we can have a more accurate picture of the budget landscape for informed decision making. Additionally, please be advised, as the legislative process progresses, it is common practice for the superintendent to take legislative positions in between board meetings until the positions can be formally ratified by the Board of Education. And in a moment, Mr. Hajela and Ms. McBride will briefly introduce the partnership between SFUSD and Capital Advisors and provide an overview of the bills and recommended positions. We would be happy to discuss and take questions afterwards. I want to thank you for your engagement in this process. We are trying a new process this year. And I also wanted to share an appreciation for my colleagues who have weighed in on this year's proposal. I will now turn it over to Mr. Hajela and Ms. McBride.
Thanks very much, Hong Mei. I'll just keep our comments as brief as possible. So we've had the privilege of representing the district for many years now. I've worked with many of you. I'll just briefly say our two main jobs, and this is, really simplifying it a bit, but is to keep the district leadership and staff informed of what's going on in Sacramento. We are thinking largely of legislation, so both regular policy bills and budget bills. But also, what's going on with state agencies that count. So Department of Ed, State Allocation Board, et cetera. So that's one part. The second, but more important piece is to make sure this district and the leadership of the district has a voice in what's going on in Sacramento. So it's important for us, soon after the May revision is released, which is happening this Friday, to start thinking about where we are on the various things that the governor is proposing, and we know how the legislature is going to respond to some of it, and make sure that the policymakers at the state level are aware of the implications for the district and your point of view on them, so we can shape it to be something that works for the district. So very briefly, that's what we do, and it's been our great privilege to do it for many years, as I said. So with that, we'll just jump in quickly, start with the bills that we're recommending support on. And Kathy, you want to take the first one?
Yeah, thanks, Abe. So this evening we have 8 bills that we're recommending your support. The first that we'll start with is AB 247 by Assemblymember Marisucci. That's also co-authored by Assemblymember Fong and Wilson. This is one of 2 bills moving through the legislature that would put a statewide facilities bond on the ballot. in 2024. This bill in particular does not have an amount attached to it yet, and it is through K through community colleges. You may remember that a few years ago, and I know you guys were just talking about facilities, Prop 13 on the ballot that included UC and CSU, and that failed with voters. So the other bill that's moving through, SB 28, is almost identical to Prop 13. So a lot of the support, at least in the K-12 field right now, is going behind AB 247. We think that there's a really strong working group and some good conversations going on with this bill. And so we would suggest that you support that. That doesn't mean moving down the line that if SB 28 is the vehicle that moves forward, that you can't jump onto that as well. But right now our recommendation based on the support and that working group is that this is the bill that you would want to jump on and support. The second bill is AB 483, also by Assemblymember Marsucci, who is the new chair of the Assembly Education Committee. This has to do with the Medi-Cal billing option. This program has kind of a long storied history of being overly bureaucratic and that the audits have been really not terrific. They've been very inconsistently held from district to district. They've made the program very difficult to administer at the local level. This is an opportunity to reestablish that and revise what the audit process is. So hopefully they can pull this off, get this through the legislature and get it signed. It would actually really expand the educational and health services to the students and just make participation in the program a lot easier and a lot better. So this is also something that has widespread support. It's bipartisan. It was in the health committee earlier in the month and passed out 14-0. So, you know, that expansion of those services to students as much as possible, rather than making it so difficult that no one participates, we're trying to flip that over and actually make it easier. And then the last bill that I'm going to talk about before I toss it back to Abe is AB 1517 by Assemblymember Gallagher. This has to do with special education, local education plan areas or SELPAs. And this bill requires that before the governing board of a school district considers the adoption or for an annual update of the LCAP, and when the school district is determined to be in need of differentiated assistance for performance of students with disabilities, that the superintendent and school district consult with the SELPA. Makes a lot of sense, right? That may be happening now in some areas, but it's not happening everywhere. And so this would codify this. So this would be a more comprehensive and effective approach to serving students with disabilities and actually makes a lot of sense. Moves a couple of dates around and stuff like that as well. Also has widespread support. Your SELPA does support this. So we think this is a really, really good bill to support as well. And with that, I'll toss it back to Abe to talk a little bit more about the other bills.
Great, thanks, Kathy. And then after we go through these, we're going to stop for your comments or questions, and then perhaps on a vote on these. And then we are not going to go through, just given the time available, we're not going to go through each of the other bills that are there on the watch list, but we are happy to answer any questions on them. So SB 274, a Nancy Skinner bill. This bill is consistent with bills that the district has supported many times in the past. It would essentially just extend the ban on suspending or expelling for willful defiance. There is a provision there that still allows a classroom teacher to suspend from the classroom a student for willful defiance or classroom disruption. But this bill, of course, is getting at the disproportionate impact of suspensions for willful defiance that's very well documented, racial disparities. So this bill enjoys very broad support and almost no opposition. So that's that one. SB 354 by Ochoa Bo is another special ed bill that your local SELPA supports. This one's for universal design for inclusive learning environments. And the idea is just to create more of an impetus to create inclusive learning environments. And again, it's consistent with SFUSD policies and supported by the local SELPA. Other folks in support include some districts and advocates, ACLU, et cetera. I should have mentioned on the Skinner bill as well, there's broad support from the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Los Angeles Unified, et cetera. Okay, SB 445 by Senator Portantino, also special ed. This is specifically for translation of documents that are utilized in the IEP. The current federal law and state law already require those IEPs to be understandable by the parents, but they don't have a specific timeline for translation. So this bill would put in a 30-day timeline. My understanding in speaking with staff at the district is the district already meets this timeline, translates documents within 10 days. And we think it's generally aligned with the visions and goals of the district. I did want to point out both Governor Newsom and Governor Jerry Brown have in the past vetoed bills that are similar to this. So not sure yet whether this bill will have a better chance than the other ones did. Their main point in vetoing them, I think, was a fiscal one, that when you do something that exceeds federal requirements, there's a requirement for state mandate reimbursement. And then SB 760 by Newman is a issue that was discussed while you guys were talking about facilities, all gender restrooms, and would require by January 1, 2025, every school site to have at least one all gender restroom. And of course, there's a cost to this, but I think this is a policy that is consistent with what the district is already doing. Supported by groups like the ACLU, supported by the Superintendent of Public Instruction. And Kathy, do you want to just take the last bill and then we'll pause? And
Yeah, sure. This is
talk
a
to the
bill that we've
commissioners.
seen many times over the last 10 or so years. It expands compulsory education to include kindergarten. As you know, kindergarten is not mandatory in the state of California. So this is another effort to make it so. And the bill would say that beginning with the 2024-25 school year, a student to have completed 1 year of kindergarten before being admitted to the first grade. So this bill is very similar to, if not identical to, what we've seen before. All of those efforts have failed, either have gotten through the legislature and been vetoed by the governor, both Jerry Brown and Governor Newsom, or have stalled in the legislature. So this is another attempt at it. There is widespread support. The bill is sponsored by LAUSD. And in years past, it has been supported by you all. So with that, I think we'll open it up to any questions.
Seeing a few questions from commissioners. We'll start with Commissioner Sanchez, then we'll go to Commissioner Fisher.
Just wanted to say hi to Abe. We miss him.
Good to see you.
Good job distilling 87 pages of education-related bills down to whatever we came to 6 pages. So thank you very much for the work.
Thanks very much.
I just want to echo that and thank you, Ms. Peng. Thank you, Hong Mei, for all the work in reaching out to us, but also including the feedback of the CAC. We had SELPA Legislative Sharing Day last week, and I know there was a lot of work done with staff to prepare, head to Sacramento, lobby legislators, and a lot of that is reflected in here as well. So thank you very much. I think my one question, there's a lot of us who've been doing work around literacy intervention, and what we think is a big part of that is early screening. And so SB 691 is, while it's framed as a dyslexia risk screening bill, it's also a very important aspect of good literacy, foundational literacy. So, and I see that right now, I think that's on the suspense file. So I don't know. I personally think it would be worth supporting anyway, if for no other reason than just making a statement. And I'm sorry for not getting that feedback to you in time to make it into the list.
Vice President Wise, or did you want to respond, or?
Oh, I just wanted to maybe ask for clarification. Is there is there a sort of a proposal for us to move SB 691, the Portantino bill, to the support list? And I'm wondering if there's any analysis that we might benefit from hearing from capital advisors around that, just to be able to, because I think part of this is that it is a dynamic process, and at any point we are able to make changes to the slate of bills that are in the support and or watch list.
So when a similar bill to this was brought last year and killed, it did have local support from us as a board, also from people across the street at City Hall, Senator Weiner as well. And so I think anything we can do to advance requiring and mandating the tools that help us bring strong literacy programs and tools into our schools is worthwhile. So I would, yes, if there's any way, I would like to see it move from the watch to the support list, but I don't know what everyone else would have to say. And sorry, I didn't make that feedback earlier.
Before we, I think, address that point, let's take additional comments from commissioners and figure out the best way to proceed with the request of a change of action. We'll go to Vice President Wiseman Ward now.
Thank you. I want to also echo a thanks to you. We had so much information with plenty of time. And I appreciate the ability to engage and do follow-up with you. And I think that this is a continued shift that we've been seeing in the district in terms of our district leadership and our district staff really working to engage in communication that goes both ways. So I want to say I thank you very much. I guess I might respond. I don't necessarily disagree, but based on the fact that it was on the watch list, I haven't looked at the details, and the devil is in the details. And so I might want exactly what you want, but if the bill isn't written in such a way where we get that way, then I would want more information before we move it to another category. And because it was on the watch, I didn't go and do a whole lot of additional research. So full transparency.
Thank you, Vice President Wiseman Ward. Abe, I'm wondering if you might be able to share a quick overview on SB 691, and both by way of overview, but also in relation to some of the criteria that we've set forth, impact on district, viability, etc., that could help inform this conversation.
We'll be happy to. I mean, I do agree that the devil's in the details a little bit, and one of those details would be a cost assessment for the district. But essentially, what the bill is encouraging and requiring, in fact, would require is greater screening for dyslexia, which includes several components, but at a minimum, training, implementation and support. So for that reason, I think, it's had broad support in terms of the goal, but has had some opposition, including from CTA, who believes that without sufficient funding, there's going to be uneven and difficult implementation of the bill. The other thing I would say about it is, interestingly, Governor Newsom vetoed a similar bill. And I don't know all of the details around that, but part of the reason that was vetoed is he was pursuing other options through the budget for funding related to dyslexia and training. So that's what I can say briefly about the bill. I don't think it would be unusual and a stretch to support it. I think we probably kept it off the list only because we don't see the dynamics changing, and so unlikely that the governor will sign it this time. But if the district, if the board wants to send a message of general support, that's not a problem.
We will go to Commissioner Lamb, then Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you for all of the team and your work. Hi, Abe. Miss you all.
Hello.
In our
Good to see
policy
you.
committee. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Fisher, SB 691. I definitely had conversation with Hong Mei. As an individual, I have supported SB 691, been pretty visible around the supports and how important it is around early screening. But I also acknowledge some of the concerns that have been raised. And I'm curious to hear from Capital Advisors. Are you aware of some, while it's on suspense, anything that is coming through from Sacramento around getting closer to some of the feedback for the author for Senator Portantino to consider?
I apologize. I'd probably have to look into it a little bit more to see if there's any considerable movement. I would say, and Kathy, please weigh in as well. I mean, I see this bill getting out of suspense. Portantino has a lot of sway. It would be surprising to me if it did not make it out of suspense and over to the other side. Whether it comes out of the process at the end in the form that Governor Newsom would sign is the part that I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I would only add, Abe, that, you know, Senator Portantino is the chair of the Appropriations Committee. So that and that's where the bill is. So yeah, it'll definitely get out if he has his way, which he will. And that committee is very political. Sometimes bills come out of it and they look very similar to how they went in, and sometimes they look very different. If I had to guess, I think this one's going to look really similar to when it went in, and it'll definitely move.
Alexander?
Yeah, I mean, echoing one of my colleagues' comments, I think my issue here is, since it was on the watch list, I didn't look at it as carefully, and I would want to know more about the concerns that CTA has raised. I would want to at least understand what they are before taking a position to support it, potentially in opposition to our union partners. And then I'd also like to learn more about the opposition for bilingual educators. That being said, I definitely support dyslexia risk screening. I think we need to do a better job of it, and I think the state needs to do a better job of it. So, but I just would want to know more about the details before taking a position.
And what little I know from looking into it before this meeting is that CTA's main concern was skepticism that it could be successfully implemented without funding. So I think that was their core issue. I think for the bilingual educators, there was a concern that without a high level of training, there's a possibility of misidentifying or over-identifying English learners, and they didn't want that to happen. So that's what I know at this point. Happy to look into it more and bring that information back at a future board meeting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think we will close out with Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you all for this conversation. I think this is really important. I also want to recognize that we are actually piloting a screener right now in many of our schools in conjunction with UCSF and their dyslexia center at no cost to us with their staff. And it's a app that's done in less than half an hour per student. So when this is done right, with the science behind it, it can actually reduce the amount of assessments that have to be done later, can provide appropriate intervention earlier, and end up actually reducing costs and reducing the number of kids that identified for special education services. So. Yeah. And as Commissioner Sanchez pointed out, better outcomes for the students around reading, which happens to be one of our top goals.
Okay, seeing no amendments or changes from commissioners at this time, I'll call for a roll call vote on what was presented from staff.
Thank you, President Bogus. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher?
I'm not sure where we landed on my wanting to move this so.
Did you want to make motion
I'd like to move to amend the motion to move this from watch to support.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion that commissioners want to have on it? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote on the amendment. If we could ask staff, if you could just say the item again that we're moving from where to where, just so we can have confirmation before we vote on it.
Yes, we are moving SB 691, Senator Portantino's bill on dyslexia risk screening, which is on the last page, page 6, last bill, on the watch list, to the support category.
Noted.
All right, and roll call vote, please.
On the amendment? Correct. All right, Commissioner Alexander,
No.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
No.
President Bogus.
Yes.
4 ayes, it passes.
All right, if we can have a roll call vote on the item now that we voted on the amendment.
Yes. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
Yes.
7 ayes.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, not about what we just did, but just generally with the process? I realized because we're doing watch and support, but there's also support with amendments or, you know, or oppose unless amended kind of thing. So when do we get to that point?
Thank you, Commissioner Matomedy, and appreciate your engagement. So I had mentioned this in the beginning in the overview portion that it is common practice for the superintendent to weigh in as bills progress, evolve, and move through the legislative process. So in between board meetings, we will continue to work with capital advisors to monitor these bills, and where there might be changes that requires weighing in, we will continue to be in communication. And what we would continue to do is to have the superintendent be able to take positions until the board is able to formally ratify these recommendations at the following board meeting.
So basically, I'm like the designee, but similarly, when I sign things, it's kind of pending board approval. But we've been in contact about and have some shared values and priorities. So I think that that's a good way to proceed.
Thank you so much. Okay, and with that, we have 3 items remaining on our agenda, just as a point of reference. We have item J3, which is employee contracts for district executive employees. We have item K, which is board member reports. And we have item L, which is informational items with a report on the quarterly Williams complaints that the district has received, and that is available via board docs. But at this time, the board is going to recess into closed session to finish our closed session business, and after which we will reconvene, read our report out from closed session, and then finish our last set of business items. And with that, I recess us to closed session. Okay, thank you. We will reconvene to open session where I will read the report out, and then we will finish our open session agenda items. The first item we have from closed session is a vote on student expulsion matters. I will now read the first expulsion and then I'll call for a second. I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one high school student, matter number 2022-2023 number 32 from the district from 1 calendar year from the date of the Board of Education's expulsion order. Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Steele. Yeah, I think you are correct, Mr. Alexander. Thank you for catching that. I'm gonna read that into the record again now that it is corrected. Once again, thank you for that catch, Commissioner Alexander. So for our first student expulsion matter, I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one high school student, matter number 2022-2023 number 32 from the district for 6 months from the date of the Board of Education's expulsion order. Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, Mr.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
No.
Commissioner Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will go to our next item, which I will read. I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one high school student, matter number 2022-2023 number 33 from the district for the remainder of the spring 2023 semester and fall 2023 semester. Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Steele.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
7 ayes.
Right, thank you for that. And finally, I move the approval of the expulsion agreement of one middle school student, 2022-2023 number 34 from the district for the remainder of the spring 2023 semester and the fall semester. Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Steele.
Commissioner Alexander,
No.
President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
No.
5 ayes.
Okay, and now I will continue with our readout from closed session with the actions the board took. In the matter of Pierce versus CCSF, SFUSD, SFMTA, SF Superior Court Case number CGC 22 599-362. The board, by a vote of 6 yeses, gives authority of the district to pay the stipulated amount. In the matter of student MS versus SFUSD, case number 2023-020292, the board, by a vote of 6 yeses, gives the authority of the district to pay up to the stipulated amount. And then in the matter of student TSM versus SFUSD, OAH case number 2023-020041, the board, by a vote of 6 yeses, gives the authority of the district to pay up to the stipulated amount. There was one recusal for these matters for Commissioner Fisher. And that concludes the readout for May 9th, 2023. And with that, we will recommence with our public agenda. And with that, we will go to our next item, which is going to be item J3, employee contracts for district executive employees. Before I go to the superintendent, I will go to the superintendent first, and then we'll take a motion to in a second.
Thank you. So Personnel appointments typically fall under the personnel report and consent. However, per California Government Code 54953, the board shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for final actions on the contracts of a local agency executive. So that's for any government entity, including school districts. And so we have executives on contract. And so I'm going to turn it over to legal counsel, Manuel Martinez, to do the oral report of what the board will consider. Then you can make a motion and take action.
Thank you, Superintendent. The board will consider approving employment agreements that will commence on July 1st, 2023 and run through June 30th, 2024 with the placement on the management salary schedule for the following employees. Gene Robertson, Assistant Superintendent, Special Education, Grade 7, Step 5. Dr. Nicole Priestley, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction, Grade 7, Step 6. Ana de Arce, Assistant Superintendent, PK-8 Schools, Grade 6, Step 6. Han Fong, Assistant Superintendent, Middle Schools, Grade 6, Step 6, with a correction to Section 4.5.1 is revised from 6 months to 45 days. Davina Goldwasser, Assistant Superintendent, High Schools, salary, Grade 6, Step 4. Raul Arazo Chavez, Executive Director, Early Education, Grade 4, Step 5. Regina Piper, Executive Director, PK 8, Cohort 1, Grade 4, Step 8. Jen Sethasong, Executive Director, PK 8, Cohort 2, salary, Grade 4, Step 6. Michelle Chang, Executive Director, PK 8, Cohort 3, salary, Grade 4, Step 8. Catalina Rico, Executive Director, PK-8, Cohort 4, Grade 4, Step 7. Yin Mimi Kastner, Executive Director, PK-8, Cohort 5, Grade 4, Step 8. Rachel Noto, Executive Director, County Schools, Grade 4, Step 8. Joanna Fate, Executive Director, College and Career Readiness, Grade 4, Step 8. Devin Krugman, Executive Director, Content Teams, Grade 4, Step 5. Eva Arbogast, Director, IRF Network, Grade 3, Step 7. Miguel de Losa, Director, Humanities, Grade 3, Step 7. Eric Rice, Director, Mission Bay Hub, Grade 3, Step 7. Teresa Ship, Director, College and Career Readiness, Grade 3, Step 7. Michelle Zapata, Director, Physical Education, Grade 3, Step 7. Mari Nichols, Director, Early Education, Grade 3, Step 8. Melly Lau Smith, Senior Executive Director, Strategic Initiatives, Grade 7, Step 5. Melissa Dodd, Technology Services Officer, Grade 7, Step 8. Sam Bass, Interim Head of Labor, Grade 7, Step 4. The board will consider improving an employment agreement with Jackie Chen that will commence on, and there's a correction, the correct date should be June 21st, 2023, and run through June 30th, 2025, with the placement on the management salary schedule at Grade 6, Step 7. That concludes my readout, Superintendent.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And so now I will ask if there is a motion for the corrected versions from Commissioner.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing Commissioner Fisher?
Yes, thank you very much for all the work to the leadership team to bring all this forward. I'm excited to be putting new leadership in place. Thank you, Superintendent, for the intentional work you have done around our org chart. I have to say, though, I cannot vote for the Assistant Superintendent for Special Education's contract as it's written. I mean, that is no disrespect to the Assistant Superintendent herself. I think she is a fantastic leader. My no vote is in regards to the fact that we are a single district SELPA, and the SELPA director is supposed to be someone who is a technical advisor to the leadership of the district. And I see no recognition of this in the position where it sits in the org chart or in the duties in the contract it's written. And I've had conversations with all involved here, so and appreciate the superintendent for listening to my concerns about accountability, where this falls in the org chart, and look forward to continuing to partner to improve special education services for all involved in the district.
Seeing no other comments or questions from commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Fisher, and I will call for a roll call vote now.
Thank you. On the employment on the employment contract for executive employees, Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher,
Yes, with the exception of Assistant Superintendent Jean Robertson. I have to vote no on that contract.
noted. Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice President Wiseman Ward,
Yes.
President Bogus.
Yes.
7 ayes excluding contract for Gene Robinson, 6 ayes.
All right, thank you for. And with that, we will transition to item K, board member reports. Seeing none, we will transition to item L, information items. There is one information item, quarterly report on Williams complaints. Is there any comment or anything from the superintendent? Seeing none, I call this meeting adjourned at, we have the day switch on us, May 10th at 12:06 a.m. We adjourn.
Happy Mexican Mother's Day to everyone who celebrates.